Good afternoon, Sasquatch Nation, and welcome to Black Hills Energy Stadium here in beautiful Spearfish, South Dakota. It is a wonderful day here at the ballpark for many reasons, more than one. A beautiful day as well as an amazing crowd. A crowd with a line all the way out to the parking lot for a very specific reason. It is in fact the beginning of the last homestand of the regular season. Our last 5 games of this long summer schedule conclude this weekend, and we are just beginning the fun as your hometown Spearfish Sasquatch are facing off against our friends from Dickinson, North Dakota, the Badlands Big Sticks. There's a big crowd for a reason. Outside of just it coming to the end of the regular season, the Squatch are fighting for a big playoff push. These games mean more than ever before, as we have the last 5 to signify whether we make it to the playoffs or not. We need as much home support as we can get, and we thank you, if you're not at the stadium, for being on our live stream on this YouTube channel. I am Win Andrews, your voice of the Sasquatch. So grateful to be on the call with you today as we are making our player introductions. In just a few moments, we will have the national anthem. But real quick, we are going to go ahead and get through this starting lineup, the starting 9 for your Badlands Big Sticks, for the Badlands Big Sticks, not ours, excuse me. As leading off tonight for Badlands is number 16, the second baseman, Sean D. And we started this national anthem pretty early tonight, so we'll be right back with you in just a few moments. Getting ready to face off against the Badlands Big Sticks in game 1 of 5 here at home. This will be the 10th matchup between these two teams, as we are very familiar with each of these players. It is going to be a sight for sore eyes. It'll be a fun matchup between both of them. As the Squatch are looking to push into the playoffs, the Big Sticks already have control over the first half best record in our division, so they are automatically in the playoffs. Squatch are looking to face them again in game 1 of the playoffs starting next Sunday night, July 31st. And these 5 games are going to be the gateway to doing just that. So we hope to make a series win out of this one, the most important series of the year. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and get into the Big Stick lineup. Leading off tonight for the Badlands, number 16, the second baseman, Sean D. Batting second, number 7, the right fielder, Carson Lundmark. Batting third, number 11, the left fielder, Austin Bunn. Batting cleanup, number 14, and catching behind the plate for the Big Sticks, Daniel Rogers. Batting fifth and designated hitting, number 4, Gunnar Hansen. Batting sixth, number 3, the center fielder, Jake Brill. Batting seventh, number 10, the first baseman, Derek Calvillo. Hitting eighth, number 5, the shortstop, Kobe Krenz. And finishing up the order tonight for the Big Sticks is number 1, the third baseman, Alex Erlob, who is batting 9th. Pitching for the Big Six, we'll see him in just a few moments in the bottom of the first inning, number 34, Jonathan Lerma, as the Big Six are led by head coach Cam Johnson. And just a few minutes away from first pitch, we are going to go ahead and get into your hometown Spearfish Sasquatch starting 9. Leading off per usual, number 4, the center fielder Bryson Hoyer. Batting second, number 12, the shortstop Gabe Springer. Batting third, number 24, the second baseman Ryan Bachman. Batting cleanup, number 17, the third baseman Bailey Bordas. Batting fifth, number 7, the first baseman Ryan Doran. Batting sixth, number 3, the right fielder Trey Vorwald. Batting seventh, number 11, left fielder Gage Crott. Batting eighth, number 34, the DH Damon Gaither. And rounding out the order, number 29, the catcher Keenan O'Brien. And as we are just getting ready for first pitch here at 6:33 p.m., you see the man on the mound, number 22, Connor Jones, pitching in game 1 against the Big Sticks. And he is looking for a huge outing tonight as he faces off against Sean D. Fires a fastball for strike 1 to begin the night. We have wasted no time here at the ballpark. A few minutes already, as first pitch is usually scheduled for 6:35, and already in the middle of the 1-1 count to the first Big Sticks batter. And that kind of speaks to the hectic schedule that we've had so far today. We are expecting sold-out crowds for every single game. Games 1 through 5 here at home, and tonight is just the beginning of it. It is bobblehead night here at Black Hills Energy Stadium as that one is lined to Bordas. He's able to glove it and throw over to first for out number 1. That one was hit sharply. Bordas bobbles it for just a minute. Bear hands it and makes the throw over to Doran. And that takes care of Sean D to get things started here tonight. As Carson Lundmark, the model of consistency here in the Big Sticks lineup. We've seen him all season, batting second tonight, the right fielder. But as I just mentioned, it is bobblehead night at the park. The first 400 who got here received a free Samson the Sasquatch bobblehead. Huge honors as Lundmark fouls that one back. Strike 1. So who does not want a Samson the Sasquatch bobblehead? Huge crowd tonight already. And we will have the promos and the theme nights. We will discuss them in detail throughout the game. We have a lot of exciting stuff for you. If you're in the Spearfish area, we'd love to see you as the Squatch are looking to make a big playoff push. That one is going to be grounded past Ryan Bachman at second into right field for a 1-out single. Carson Lundmark continuing his hot work at the plate. He has just been the Sasquatch killer so far this season. So Lundmark over at first base. That brings up Austin Bunn, the left fielder. On another beautiful night here in Spearfish, South Dakota. We have not seen rain in a long time. We hope it stays that way. 78 degrees at first pitch just a few moments ago, as that one is going to be lifted and luckily foul as it was hit deep enough to go over the wall, but goes to our left of the 330 pole. Austin Bunn with a strong strike 1. Got a good piece of it and turned on it, but turned on it just a bit too much. Luckily for us, Jones fires back to first. Doesn't want Lundmark going anywhere on the base paths. And nothing but sunny forecasts for the rest of the week, as Bunn does that just again. Strike 2. A quick 0-2 count, but both of the foul balls have been hit hard. But either way, Connor quickly ahead, 1 strike away from retiring Austin Bunn. So we'll see what he throws him here. Jones ready for the 0-2 to Bunn. Oof. Just inside of the zone apparently for ball one. Not able to see what you see on the broadcast at home, but from up in the booth it looked pretty close. Connor is great about attacking the zone directly. Not going to give away too many free pitches. Doesn't like full counts whatsoever. What pitcher does? But Connor does an especially great job of getting ahead and staying ahead of opposing hitters. So 1 on, 1 out. Jones looking for out number 2 here, but not before throwing back to Lundmark over at first. So now we'll get back to action here. Connor not giving Lundmark any chances. The 1-2 to Bunn, fouled off again. So Bunn stays alive. Connor has to fire another pitch. In his last start against the Big Sticks, Connor had quite an impressive performance, going 7 innings, giving up 3 earned, and striking out 2 in the meantime in a 4-3 win, as Lundmark's going to be in a pickle. Springer's going to try to tag him. Lundmark tripping down and going headed back to first. Gets tagged out for out number 2. And Connor Jones not messing around. He had an eye on Carson the entire time. Lundmark got a little too far off the first base bag, and Jones caught it from the start. Great job there from Connor to empty the base paths and make it empty for Austin Bunn. As the scoreboard has refreshed, I believe we were in the middle of a 1-2 count. That one's going to be grounded softly over to Bailey Bordas. He gloves it, and the throw over to first in time. Carson Lundmark gets on base with a 1-out single, but after a pickoff attempt, succeeds on the behalf of Connor Jones. And then a ground out that ends the top of the first. Connor gets out of it. We head to the bottom of the first. Squatch looking to strike early on this beautiful Tuesday evening. We'll be right back with you just in a few moments. You are watching Game 1 of the Squatch and the Sticks on the Sasquatch YouTube channel.
When you venture to Spearfish in the Black Hills of South Dakota, you'll find rugged hiking and biking trails, extreme rock climbs, and views that will take your breath away. Plan a Spearfish vacation and come find your adventure. Spearfish, my great place in South Dakota.
Connor Jones with a 13-pitch inning to start tonight's matchup between the Squatch and the Big Sticks. By far the most important series of the season. It all comes down to this. in the final week of the regular season, a 5-game matchup. Squatch need to take at least 3 of 5 if we are trying to make this playoff push, which we are. There is no doubt about it. But a little bitter rivalry here. Nothing like it between us and the Sticks. Our friends from Dickinson, North Dakota, they don't want to let up any ground, even though they will be already hosting 2 games in the divisional round of the playoffs after getting the best first half record of this season. A great crowd tonight is ready for the first pitch against the Squatch offense as Jonathan Lerma, number 34, faces off against our leadoff man, Bryson Hoyer. The center fielder, the Squatch donned in their all-white uniforms tonight. First pitch for Lerma, taken outside for ball 1. I spoke with our general manager, Eric Schmidt, just a few moments ago. He said that he is expecting fully sold-out crowd tonight as there are people still lined up out towards the parking lot. That is unreal, but we will not complain. We love it. That one has popped up into shallow right field as Lundmark calls it off for out number 1. Bryson Hoyer is retired, and now here comes Gabe Springer. I was just in sync with our PA guy to the right of me in the booth. We both said Gabe Springer, just like that at the same time. Great job, Mark. So in the second half of play, the Sasquatch owning a 13-10 record, while our friends, the Big Sticks, have a 12-10 record. It is neck and neck. Just this past weekend, the Sasquatch took 2 of 3 games. Another series win against the Casper Horseheads in Wyoming. Looking to keep that momentum going here tonight. A quick 0-2 count now to Gabe Springer. Gabe batting .288 on the year. Big cut there for strike 3. First strikeout of the night for Lerma, and he is quickly into this first inning with 2 outs. As that brings up Ryan Bachman, batting third tonight. The Sasquatch are led by head coach Jarrett Hunt. And Coach Hunt has been having to make a few adjustments so far for the Sasquatch offense, just as any other summer ball team does. There are plenty of players gained and lost throughout the scope of one season. And with that being said, you might notice a few notable names out of our lineup. Johnny McHenry, who just got signed by the Nationals a few days ago, is currently in Florida. We wish him the best of luck, but he is no longer, obviously, in our starting rotation. But Gabe Springer over at the shortstop position has been filling it in well. Cannot complain. Harrison Clark departed Spearfish just this morning after his final series with us in Wyoming, as well as Nicky Winterstein. That is right, you heard it, Nicky Winterstein, our interim head coach for a couple of games, and a vocal team leader to say the least, is most likely done for the season as he is headed back home. We are not sure completely, but we have heard that if he is not busy and doesn't have anything to do in that span, if we were to make the championship round, he will not be available for the divisional series of the playoffs if we were to make it, but he might be available. He has not ruled out a return if we were to potentially make it to the championship. We'd love to see that turn in our favor and make that a possibility. So now 2 outs, nobody on, and a 1-2 count to Ryan Bachman. Lerma's pitch, and that one's going to clip Ryan. Lerma was ahead, threw that one way inside, and Ryan will take his hit by pitch. As he takes first base, and that brings up Bailey Bordas, the cleanup hitter tonight. The music is bumping. We have a full crowd tonight, and we are not even close to that line clearing up out at the parking lot. looking for very similar results the next few games as Bailey swings on that one, fouls it back for strike one. So a pop out and a strikeout to start out Lerma's night. Adding on that hit by pitch of Ryan Bachman, as Bachman is going to try to steal second. The throw is not in time. Ryan stays on the bag and easily steals second base with the slide. And he is easily now in scoring position with 2 outs and Bailey Bordas up. So with the departures of Winterstein and Clark, as well as McHenry and Drew Biggerstaff, can't forget about him, as well as a couple of starters who left a couple of weeks ago, Squatch are having to just grind it out the best way they can, as does every other summer ball team. The Big Sticks are in a very similar situation, losing a lot of their key players. So no excuses on who takes which game. It's going to have to be a gutsy performance from each team, which is going to be shaping up for an amazing 5-game set. So after retiring the first 2 in order here in the first, Lerma hit Ryan Bachman, is now in a 3-1 count. Make that a 2-out walk now for Bailey Bordas. Runners on first and second. The inning continues. And that is going to bring up Ryan Doran, the first baseman. Doran taking over, most likely, for the most part I would have to say, everyday duties over at first base to replace Harrison Clark. I spoke with Doran earlier from Fort Dodge, Iowa. Plays at Missouri Southern State, excuse me. And in 2 plate appearances in the 1 game he's played with us, he's 2 for 2. Why not make it 3 for 3 with an RBI? Doran appeared at the plate in that crazy 9-run 6th inning that saw the Sasquatch come back from an 8-2 deficit against the Horseheads just last week. Doran fouls it off and is quickly behind 0-2. A great opportunity here early for the Squatch to score, as they so often do throughout the first 3 innings. They are by far the most dangerous team in the league. And that one is going to hit Doran, as he winces at that one and looks away and takes his walk over to first very slowly. So, after a quick 2 outs, Lerma's in a world of trouble with Trey Vorwald, a great contact hitter, up and bases loaded. Trey has come up huge in so many spots throughout the season. We've had a big sample size to choose from now. We've seen him time and time again. He has been clutch. Would be maybe the biggest moment of the season to date if Trey is able to find a gap here. The 2-out pitch taken upstairs for ball 1. Doran on first, Bordas on second, Bachman on third. And now there's going to be a quick mound visit. Cam Johnson out of the dugout, heads over to talk things over with Lerma. So a quick 18 pitches now for Jonathan. And the Big Sticks not wasting any time as well. They know how important of games these are. They already have a guy in the bullpen. One of their arms warming up. The Squatch are potentially expecting a short list of guys coming out of the pen tonight, which puts even more pressure on Connor Jones to go the distance. Would make his job a lot easier if Trey can do something here. But we are not worried about Connor in the slightest. He has been put in a lot of important situations throughout the season, and he has not let us down. We'll talk more about him in the top of the second, hopefully after the Squatch have poured it on. One ball, no strikes for Trey. The pitch, that one finds the outer edge of the zone for strike one. As the 1-1 now, Trey's going to put that one in play, grounds it over to the shortstop. Krenz makes the feed over to second base for the put out. That retires the side. Vorwald puts it in play, but Jonathan Lerma escapes a whole world of trouble here in the bottom of the first. But the Squatch get on, and they are pressing. We will be back in just a few minutes to start the top of the second inning.
We're all going somewhere, going higher, faster, farther, going in new directions, to new places. At Monument Health, we keep going so you can keep going. We're dedicated to advanced orthopedic care with the latest innovations, technology, expertise, and treatment. So keep exploring, keep making memories, keep going with Monument Health as your partner. Learn more at monument.health/orthopedics.
So an inning in the books, and the Squatch and Sticks are tied 0-0 as Connor Jones is back on the mound to face off against the heart of the order. Daniel Rogers up at the plate right now, followed by Gunnar Hansen and Jake Brill. 4, 5, 6 hitters for the Big Sticks, as Samson the Sasquatch on his bobblehead night is making an appearance right in front of us at the booth. Hey, Samson. Of course, Samson the Sasquatch had to make an appearance for such an important series as this to close the regular season. Rogers hits one a lazy fly ball, foul, and Bordas right next to the bullpen fence. Did he come up with it? Doesn't look like he did. But Jones quickly ahead 0-2. We hope Bordas is okay over there. He made a rushing attempt over there. But either way, it is an 0-2 count to Rogers. The pitch, swing and a miss. Connor Jones strikes Daniel Rogers out for out number one here in the top of the second. A great fastball. And Gunnar Hansen now stepping in, the DH. We mentioned earlier that the Big Sticks are going through sort of a similar situation. Every team loses and gains players throughout the span of the season. And some notable names for them that we have seen in the past and that are no longer with the Badlands Big Sticks. Jake Tilges, for example. Jack Luster, Jackson Fisher, Quade Peters, as well as Jaden Gibson. You've probably remembered those names if you kept up with these Sasquatch games throughout the summer. They were extremely important to the big first half run for the Big Sticks. So now Badlands is having to grind it out just as well as any other team. Jones's 1-2 pitch to Hansen, and that one is going to be grounded foul. Right past Cam Johnson, the head coach over at third base. And goodness gracious, here in the top of the second, people are still making their way into the stadium, trying to find their seats. That one is going to be lined up the middle, right past the glove of Connor Jones, and that'll be a one-out single into center field for Hansen, as this is going to bring up Jake Brill. Man, Connor was just a couple of inches away from making the catch there. So make that 2 hits early for the Big Sticks. Nothing to come of it just yet. We hope it stays that way. Squatch and Sticks are having a very similar offensive year. Squatch are hitting .270 at the plate, and the Sticks are hitting just below them at .269. The Sticks are notable for catching up to a pitcher's velocity. They struggle a bit more with the off speed from what we've been able to see trending throughout the year. And the 2 hits they have garnered tonight, both off of the fastball. Connor making sure Hansen doesn't move anywhere over at first. Fires that one in for a strike. Looked like an off speed there. So 1 on, 1 out, and a 2-1 count for number 22 on the mound. Jones fires that one in again. A 2-2 count. Connor from Circleville, Ohio, plays at Capital University. Owns an 5.28 ERA through his 9 starts this year. And this will be his 10th and obviously final start of the regular season, as that one's going to be lined over the head of Bordas. Trickles over into left field, out to towards the wall. They are going to send the runner around from second, from third, all the way home. And the throw, Bordas tries to make the throw, not in time, as it is cut off, and that is going to be a 1-out double for Jake Brill. Scores Gunnar Hansen, and the Big Sticks strike first here in the top of the second inning. It is a 1-0 ball game. So 1 run crosses. Connor looking to eliminate the damage here and keep this a 1-run ball game, which is another thing that's so underrated about Jones on the mound. Gets himself into a bit of a jam sometimes, able to usually alleviate damage and keep the Squatch in the game at all times. As that one was fouled. Keenan O'Brien throws back to Jones, and Hansen was running to third. Unfortunately for him, he has to make his way back to second base, but he is still in scoring position. In fact, when talking about just how important Jones has been to this starting rotation, he has allowed less than 3 runs in 7 of his 9 starts this season. That is pretty impressive. In fact, that 5.28 ERA is inflated after just 1 tough start against the Fremont Moo on June 30th. Ever since then, he has been lights out. We're going to need him here in a big spot as he faces off against Derek Calvillo, a huge power hitter for the Big Sticks. We've seen him many times before. Tried the breaking ball there. Can't find the plate. Ball 2. Calvillo's hit a few homers here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. And he is going to line that one. That was going to be fair. Down the right field line. Vorwald racing at the track to get it. That's easily going to score Hansen, and Derek Calvillo makes his way to second base. So back-to-back doubles from the Big Sticks have him up by 2. And that gets him going early on. As Kobe Krins is stepping in, the shortstop. Batting 8th, there's going to be a quick mound visit here. Jarrett Hunt makes his way out to the mound alongside O'Brien. And going to strategize how to handle Kobe. Alex Erlob, the 9-hitter for the Sticks, on deck. So what has been so impressive for Badlands so far this year has been their ability to catch up to the fastball and put it in play at a very impressive rate. A huge reason that they are 29-21 overall this season. They've had a bit of a tougher second half schedule, but that does not matter as they are already in the playoffs. So Jones ready to make his first pitch against Kobe Krins, who is seeing Jones for the first time tonight. So Calvillo strikes once more here at home against the Sasquatch. He and Carson Lundmark have been trouble with a capital T. And they show just why here in game 1. Derek with a big lead off second base. Jones's throw, or Jones's pitch, excuse me, quickly behind 2-0. So Kobe Krans getting the start over at short. We just mentioned that. He is from Dickinson, North Dakota. Plays at Dickinson State. So his time with the Big Sticks, not far away from home whatsoever. In fact, just a few miles down the road from what it sounds like, if that. 2 runs and 4 hits for the Big Sticks already. Jones looking to get out of it with just a 2-run deficit to his name. And that one outside. A 3-1 count now. Keenan O'Brien catching behind the plate for Spearfish here in game 1. With bigger staff departing last week, we'll probably expect to see Davis Carr in game 2 tomorrow afternoon. The 3-1, and that one clips the edge of the plate for strike 2. It is a full count. We've seen Kobe in a lot of different spots, whether it be at shortstop, second base, or on the mound. He's one of those guys. He throws hard. In relief when the Big Sticks need him, he is going to chop that one. Bordas able to glove it, makes the throw over in time for out number 2. So we will take that. A high chopper there from Kobe, puts it in play, and he is a very speedy runner. But Bordas, with a cannon of an arm over at the hot corner, able to take care of business. That now leaves Jones 1 out to go against the man that rounds out the Big Sticks order, Alex Erlob, the third baseman. The 2-out pitch. Taken for strike 1. So the 37th pitch of the night for Connor, as he is about to fire his 38th. The 0-1. That one is going to be lifted high, and it'll go out of play. And we hope everyone's okay, and everyone had eyes on that one next to the concession stand. So quick 2-strike count. And we're starting to get a breeze, as we usually do here in the afternoon hour is just hit 7:06 p.m. Mountain Time. Usually when the sun stops beating down on us so much. But it is a great day for baseball. It feels amazing outside. The 0-2 from Connor, swing and a miss. Takes care of Alex Erlob for out number 3 via strikeout. We'll take more of those, please. Connor Jones heads to the dugout, but the big stick strike early and get on the board first. Badlands up 2-0, headed to the bottom of the second. You're watching Squatch Baseball on our YouTube Live.
Health, we keep going so you can keep going. With advanced orthopedic care, patients, and treatment. So keep exploring, keep making memories, keep going with Monument Health as your partner.
The bottom third of the Sasquatch lineup due up here in the bottom of the second. Let's get these Squatch bats going, shall we? Jonathan Lerma back on the mound again. Fires that fastball outside of the zone for ball 1. Gage Crott steps in. Batting 7th tonight, followed by Damon Gaither in the 8-hole and Keenan O'Brien. As Gage is going to put it in play, line it into left field for a leadoff single. And Gage has done such a great job of that throughout the season, coming in huge spots just as Trey Vorwald does.
Yeah, I already took that one off of it too, to try to make
Not the tallest guys out there, but they always find a way to make an inning exciting, putting it in play no matter what. You do not see Gage nor Trey striking out very often whatsoever. So here we go. Damon Gaither stepping in, the DH tonight, against Lerma, who had a bit of trouble in that bottom of the first. Retired the first 2 batters with ease, and then after hitting Ryan Bachman with a 1-2 pitch, ended up loading the bases with Bailey Bordas and Ryan Dorn before getting out of it after Trey Vorwald grounded over to the shortstop for out number 3. Squatch looking to strike back here. The Big Sticks have attacked the scoreboard first on this Tuesday evening. Doesn't take long for Spearfish to react most of the time. All you have to do is get a runner on and things tend to work themselves out for this Sasquatch offense. Damon gets that one off top of the bat, fouls it, out of play. Cannot wait to get you the attendance numbers tonight for game 1. Man, oh man, it is a great night here at the ballpark. I tell you what, could not ask for much better. Every single seat is filled up at this point in time, including the general admission area right next to the concession stand. Damon is going to turn on that one. Puts a drive into it, but just foul for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Damon with Gage Crott over at first. Gaither batting 208 so far this year. Man, oh man, my voice cracks. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. The 1-2. Gaither fouls it off down the other side of the field. So hardly a cloud in the sky at this point. As we mentioned, we hope to see you out here. Whether it be tonight, not sure if we actually have any seats available, but we hope you're watching us on the live stream. But for games 2, 3, 4, 5, throughout the rest of this week, we hope to see you out at the park. Squatch are making the second half playoff push. We need all the help and the support we can get. The 1-2 now to Gaither again. He is going to ground that one. The third baseman tries to make the feed over to second in time, and the throw to first will not be in time. So the force out Gage Crott out over at second, but Damon able to race out the throw from second base to eliminate that double play. He is safe over at first. So 1 out and 1 on for Keenan O'Brien. So both Jones and Lerma have already faced 1 through 9 for their opposing teams, or for the opposing lineups, excuse me. Keenan O'Brien takes a huge cut at that one for strike 1. He was swinging for the fences. So let's see what Keenan can do. He has been in a bit of a hitting slump as of late. Started out extremely strong, but as of late has struggled just a bit. Doesn't take long for him to recover at all. We hope he can do something here. The 0-2 now to Keenan. Fastball low, ball 1. So looking into Jonathan Lerma from Tucson, Arizona, plays at Dickinson State. Plenty of locals on the Big Sticks roster. Whether they play in North Dakota or attend Dickinson State specifically. Lots of these guys on their team. He owns a 3.74 ERA through 8 starts for the Sticks, with a 4-1 record. Keenan is currently caught up in an even count, all at 2. In Lerma's last start, he went 5 innings of shutout ball against the Gem City Bison, who have also found a bit of momentum of their own. Gaither is going to try to steal second. That doesn't matter as that one's lined into right center. Gaither's going to take third base, and there we go. A 1-out knock for Keenan O'Brien, and hopefully that gets him out of his slump for good. And that has to feel good for Keenan. He has been looking for a hit for a while now, and a huge one at that. Runners on the corners as the lineup card rolls over for Bryson Hoyer, our leadoff guy. So 2 hits now for the Sasquatch in the second. Big hack there from Bryson. He wanted all of it. Ever since the departure of Carson Green early in the second half of the season, Bryson has done an amazing job of picking up the pieces and acting as if nothing ever happened. He has been great in center field and has also been extremely consistent at the plate, seemingly logging at least 1 hit in every game. But he's quickly behind on Lerma here. No balls, 2 strikes. Runners on first and third. Lerma's going to fire back to first. Doesn't want Keenan to get any ideas. So both of these runners on the base paths, Keenan and Damon, we've had them both in the booth throughout the span of the season. They have been great to be around. As Bryson Hoyer is down on his luck here in the second. Takes a big swing for strike 3. As Lerma strikes him out, that brings up Gabe Springer as the final hope here in the second inning. Lots of baseball left to be played, and we've seen how these Squatch can pile on run after run in just one inning alone. But against a pitching rotation like the Big Sticks, you need to clock in on your opportunities when you can. The 2-out pitch to Gabe. Low and inside for ball 1. Springer, the man going to Stanford in the fall, has really found his groove as he is going to ground that one sharply over to shortstop. Kobe Krenz makes the feed to Erlob for out number 3. So Squatch get their first hits of the night to get on the base paths, but nothing comes of it as Jonathan Lerma escapes trouble once more here in the second. We head to the top of the third. Badlands still on top, 2-0. We'll be right back with you on game 1 of 5. The Squatch and the Sticks do not go anywhere.
Knee replacement? With the area's only ROSA robot, Monument Health offers a more personalized and precise procedure, customized for your anatomy. Get going with Monument Health, your partner for advanced orthopedic care.
Here in the top of the third inning, we welcome you back as the lineup card rolls over once more for the Big Sticks. Sean D stepping in for his second time tonight against Connor Jones. And the first pitch taken outside for ball 1. Low of the zone. And Connor, after giving up 2 runs on 4 hits in that second inning, looking to retaliate here and get a quick and efficient inning, as the Sasquatch would love for him to go deep in tonight's contest. And a 2-0 score, very manageable deficit for the Squatch to come back from. Hopefully Connor able to settle down and pitch his style of baseball. The 2-1 outside, way outside for ball 3. So Sean D, one of the new guys in the Big Sticks lineup that we have not seen yet. This is the first time that the Squatch and Sticks have faced off in the second half of play. Or excuse me, no, there was a 3-game weekend set in between that time where the Squatch really found their stride, as that one is going to be grounded. Bordas able to make the play, the throw to first in time for out number 1. Bailey Bordas has been great over at third base tonight. He always tells us that he's most comfortable at third, although he can play second and sometimes short if he has to. But we see why he's most comfortable over at third, because he has just been manning the hot corner like no one else can. So Sean D taken care of. That brings up Carson Lundmark, one of the Sasquatch killers, as he lifts that one out of play. Foul. quick, strike one. Carson 1 for 1 after a 1-out shot to right field in the top of the first inning, excuse me. But in the second half matchup between the two teams, in a 3-game set, the Squatch won the series 2-1. And dating back to the beginning of the season, it's funny how this works out. Lundmark turns on one, way foul, but puts some power behind it. Man, he is a good hitter. Quickly behind 0-2. But as the Squatch won the series in the second half, the Big Sticks took advantage of the Squatch's struggles early in the season. In fact, we played the Big Sticks, if you recall, for the first 6 games of the year. 3 in Dickinson to start the season, and 3 following immediately after here at Black Hills Energy. The Big Sticks took 5 of 6. And it was very evident that the series win at home showed the Big Sticks that the Squatch had gained a lot of momentum. And hopefully we can do that again tonight. The 0-2 up high, ball 1. Now one outside. As the count runs even now, 2-2. 1 out, nobody on base for the Sticks. Connor Jones looking to retire Lundmark here, and that one is going to be drilled in the exact same spot as he did in the first inning. Back-to-back singles for Lundmark as he sits over at first base with 1 out once again. Just like deja vu for Lundmark. And that brings up Austin Bunn, who struck out in the first. Connor Jones blew a fastball right past him to retire the side and get out of the inning. Big swing there. Big miss as well. Bunn unable to catch up to it. Strike 1. So talking a little bit more about Connor Jones and just how important he has been, outside of just looking straight at stats, he has been a model of consistency for a Sasquatch starting rotation that has desperately needed it as of late. Bunn is going to swing on that one out towards the track, the wall over the left field wall. That is going to be a 2-run homer for Austin Bunn. He did not miss it that time. Lundmark scores, and Bunn is going to round third in just a few seconds. It is a 4-0 ball game early on for the Big Sticks. We have not missed them. He turned on one and pulled it way down the left field side and right next to the scoreboard. Gage Crut went as far as he possibly could, and it was out of here in a hurry. A line drive, 2-run shot off the bat of Bunn brings up Daniel Rogers. That's all right. 4 runs and 6 hits now for the Big Sticks. Connor fires back with called strike 1. And the pitch from Jones swung on and missed. Rogers batting .256, 10 for 39 on the season, with a home run and 5 runs driven in. Rogers another guy that we have not seen, as plenty of the players we mentioned earlier who have departed from Badlands, they've had to make some adjustments of their own and add a couple of players to their roster. Jones quickly ahead of Rogers though. 0-2, we'll see what he can do. The pitch, that one is going to be lifted, foul out of play. So Jones off to a bit of a shaky start so far tonight, but that does not push away the fact that he has been so important after the Sasquatch rotation lost Kenji Miller, Cam Hoyland, Ethan Stady, just to name a few. Guys who really pushed that momentum to start the second half of play. And Connor has not let up since then. Being a leader in the rotation, he has been great. That one is going to be swung on and lifted softly into left center. Gabe Springer tries to make the grab, cannot do it. Tried to corral the basket catch there. But a bloop single there for Daniel Rogers puts him on first base, and that brings up Gunnar Hansen, who is 1 for 1 tonight. So it appears that even though they have lost so many of their starting lineup, the Big Sticks have recalibrated and refreshed their lineup. They have not seemed to miss out on much. The Big Sticks hitters are still putting it in play at a very impressive rate with 7 hits already through 2 1/3 innings. And Jones uses that breaking ball to find the plate for strike 1. As now it appears that we have Wyatt Adams warming up in the bullpen. We hope he'll be in there for a little longer. That one's going to be lined over the outstretched arm of Gabe Springer. And that is going to pull runners on the corners. Gunnar Hansen gets a second hit of the night. Daniel Rogers advances to third. And now Jones in a little more trouble as Jake Brill steps in. Gabe Springer over at short made the biggest jump he possibly could, but that one got just enough air time to make it over his glove into left center field. So another mound visit here. We're going to talk it over real quick as Jake Brill is coming in. So man, just starting out with Carson Lundmark, 2 for 2 on the night, followed by Austin Bunn, 1 for 2, including that 2-run shot into left. A hit for Rogers, 2 hits for Hansen, and a hit for Brill, who is stepping in right now. So just as the Squatch are heavy 1 through 9 in terms of offensive power, the Big Sticks doing much of the same. We were told that the Sticks early on in the season would be our biggest form of competition, and to this point in time, the last week of the regular season, that has proved to be correct. As Jones calms down and throws that one into the zone for strike 1. With much of the Sasquatch bullpen being used over the weekend against Casper, we don't want to see Wyatt Adams until later on in this game, and Connor knows that. Looking to go as long as he possibly can tonight. Quickly ahead of Brill, 0-2. But already something to account for. 62 pitches for Connor here in the third inning. Swing and a miss there. Brill's retired. And the throwback to third. Great heads-up play there from Keenan O'Brien, able to make the tag on the third base runner, Gunnar Hansen. Or excuse me, Daniel Rogers. And so, strike him out, throw him out. Takes care of business here in the top of the third inning. We head to the bottom of the inning as the Big Sticks pull across 2 more. The Squatch looking to come back from an early 4-0 deficit here at Black Hills Energy Stadium in Game 1. We'll be right back with you in just a few moments.
I want to shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice 2 runs in the second and 2 in the third make it a 4-0 ball game early on for the Badlands Big Sticks, as even though they are in the playoffs already, they are not going to take it any easier on us, as a first pitch swing there from Ryan Bachman is going to find a gap into left center, but a great stop there from Jake Brill in center field keeps it a leadoff single instead of a double for Bachman. But nevertheless, we are on base early for Bailey Bordas, looking to cut back into the lead any way we can. And unless this is your first game watching the Sasquatch, you have been very lucky to see plenty of major comebacks so far this season. We had 2 crazy ones against the Casper Horseheads back-to-back last week, including an 8-2 deficit that was eventually turned on its head. The Sasquatch not only came back, but added on about 5 more insurance runs afterwards once they tied the game up. As Bordas takes a half-hearted swing, didn't want to go, but the ball fouled off the bat regardless. Quick 0-2 count now for Bailey. Looking to do anything he can to advance Ryan Bachman over at first. So now the 0-2, and he is going to lift that one out towards right field. The right fielder racing back all the way at the track, and he is going to have to corral it, bobbles it. Bachman is going to be raced around from home easily. They're waving him around, and an RBI double for Bailey Bordas. The throw cut off, definitely not in time. Ryan Bachman scores, and just like that, cutting into the lead is easy as a double there from Bailey Bordas. So now it's up to Ryan Doran to keep the magic going. The first baseman now for the Sasquatch, as he will be alternating back and forth with his counterpart Damon Gaither, the other first baseman for the Squatch. But he is getting the start over at first tonight while Gaither DHs. Only his second game with the Squatch, Doran had back-to-back hits for a perfect night in his debut with Spearfish last week against the Horseheads. Would be huge to get another opportunity here to keep that hot streak going. And with Bailey Bordas in scoring position early with nobody out, he has the opportunity to do just that. And Doran lays off of that one. Count now runs 2-1. So the bottom of the third, Jonathan Lerma has been flirting with trouble the last 2 innings. Both the first and the second. In the first, he loaded the bases with 2 outs, and then in the second, he had runners on the corners, 1 out before getting out of it. But now he has allowed his first run of the night. Squatch looking to add on to it right here. Fires back to the shortstop, keeping Bailey Bordas honest. So every game matters as Durant pulls that one into the Squatch bullpen. So far here in the third, Ryan Bachman put a lift into one, as well as Bailey Bordas. We'll see if Durant can do the same now on the full count. Outside in the dirt. Now runners on first and second after the walk to Ryan. That's going to bring up Trey Vorwald. Squatch are never out of a game. I tell you, I still feel a glimpse of hope in a 12-0 ball game with the Sasquatch offense 1 through 9. They just never give up. As there's going to be a quick mound visit now for Lerma. After allowing his first run of the night, he has yet to calm down. So the Big Sticks and the Squatch battling it out. And even though the Sticks have their road to the playoffs already set, I can already assure you that they do not want to play Spearfish in the divisional round. In fact, they are pulling out all the stops, all of their starters, not wanting to rest anybody, because they would much rather play the Spuds, who have been slumping as of late, and taking a series win here at home against the Squatch would assure that that would be what they do. Do not want to take their chances in the playoffs against the current divisional leader in Spearfish. So let's see what Trey can do. He grounded out the first time around with bases loaded. Hoping for some better luck here. Doesn't take too long for him to adjust. He shows bunt. He's going to set one on the ground down the left field line, and that was going to get away from Lerma. Lerma makes a wild pitch. Bordas is going to easily score, and Doran over to third. Trey Vorwald with a sliding dive into second base, and a big fist bump. He does exactly that. When will these opposing pitchers learn not to try the throw to first on runners like Vorwald? I don't know. But time and time again, proves to be a foolish mistake. This lead is cut in half. It is a 4-2 ball game for Gage Crott. And Gage fouls that one back. He puts it in play. He has a great opportunity just to score one, at least one. Runners in scoring position. Vorwald on second, Doran on third base. And still nobody out. Lerma has officially entered the danger zone. Throws outside. Ball one. So make it an offensive barrage early for both teams. 4 runs on 8 hits for the Big Sticks. 2 runs and 5 hits for the Squatch. Only in the third inning. Crott spits on that one up high. 2 balls, 1 strike. So we'll see what Gage does here. The 2-1. Breaking ball, cannot find the zone. And Gage, a pitch away, potentially loading the bases with nobody out. As Sampson is taking plenty of pictures, a big group photo right behind the plate. The 3-1 now from Lerma, way high. He loads the bases with nobody out. The Sticks bullpen is empty now. They are going to let Jonathan try to finish out the inning from what it appears. And bad luck for him as he is now facing off against Gaither, the DH. It has become a battle of who wants it more, and nothing more settling, nothing more fitting, as Gaither puts a drive into one, fouls it way foul. Now towards left field for strike one. But with such a rivalry between the two, the Sticks and the Squatch, it is becoming a bout of pride between the two teams. Who owns the division? North or South Dakota? Squatch trying to prove that they, in fact, do belong in that conversation. Here in the third inning, bases loaded, nobody out. Damon Gaither in an 0-2 count. That kind of rhymed. The pitch. Damon doesn't even think about it. Low in the dirt for ball one. So we're in for another long one from the looks of it. But we will not complain. Lots of good baseball left to be seen. Lerma's pitch, and he is going to strike out Damon Gaither looking. The first punch out of the night for Jonathan. Takes care of business. Damon not happy with that call. Turns and talks to the ump, and the ump says that is enough. And Damon is going to be ejected from the game. He said a little too much. And he is not happy, slams his helmet in the dugout. And they're going to have to find a substitution now for the Sasquatch offense. And let's see what happens here. As Coach Hunt is making his way down from first base, he does not seem to be very happy about it. They're going to have a talk over. And Jarrett Hunt understanding what these games mean for his team. And he will make an argument about it. Could not tell from up here, but obviously they had a much better view from down on the field. But nevertheless, either way, it is one out now for the Squatch with bases loaded, as that brings up Keenan O'Brien. Keenan singled earlier on tonight. We'd love to see him do that to score at least 2 to tie this ball game up. We'll have an update for you whenever we figure out who will be batting 8th tonight for the Sasquatch in an inning or two. One out, bases juiced. Lerma still in a traffic jam here. Has to face off against O'Brien. Fires inside for strike one. Oof, now that one looked a little inside. And from what I could tell up here, the frame job was not the greatest. So that one made me wonder just a bit. He seemed to turn his glove over. But either way, I guess it found enough of the plate. It is an 0-1 count now. So now the pitch, way low. Didn't seem to reach the plate. I think it hit the dirt beforehand. And Keenan still talking things over with the home plate ump. From what we're hearing in the booth, it appeared that Gaither's ball was arguably low. But still a mystery to figure out what he said to get ejected so quickly. The 1-1. Upstairs and away for ball 2. Lerma's going to have to pitch in the zone at some point. The Squatch will wait all night. They will take their walks. So eventually he's going to have to rely on contact. And the Sticks bullpen still empty. Seems that head coach Cam Johnson probably having to figure early on in tonight's game. Still 4 after tonight. Trying to save that bullpen as much as he can while he still has that 2-run lead. Giving all the confidence to Lerma to get out of the jam. So an even count at 2. Lerma ready for the pitch. Inside. Almost got a piece of O'Brien. Count runs full. We will see what happens here. Not sure if Lerma knows where he is in the order right now. I'm sure he doesn't. But we'll see what happens as Bryson Hoyer about to flip the lineup card over once more, ready to bat on deck. Would help to walk O'Brien right here. He doesn't. And Keenan fouls it off. Stays in the count. If this doesn't tell you all you need to know about the excitement for this series throughout the entire week, then I don't know what to tell you. Already plenty of offense and plenty of exciting moments through 3 innings in game 1. We have an entire week of this. And Keenan takes a big swing there, strikes out for out number 2. Man. So after loading the bases with nobody out, you do not want to see the Sasquatch fall back into their early season struggles of loading the bases and not getting anything out of it. Hopefully Bryson Hoyer can break that narrative right here. So make that a 1-for-2 night for O'Brien. Bryson 0-for-2 right now. He is due. And Lerma fires back to first base. Not sure what he's worried about, with Gage Crud over at first, considering Vorwald and Doran are doing over at second and third. Bases are loaded. Gage knows there's nowhere to go. But either way, he is in Lerma's head. Big hack for strike 1 from Bryson. He is swinging for the fences. But Bryson leading off for the Squatch every game, batting .288. A very consistent hitter with a homer and 11 RBIs. Potentially no bigger spot for Bryson this season than where he is right now here in the 3rd inning of game 1. The pitch, taken low. Would love to at least get 1 here in the 3rd after loading the bases. 2 runs crossed. And bases juiced before Lerma was eventually able to get an out. As Hoyer's going to line that one into center field, but not far enough. Jake Brill comes in on it, had a good read, and able to take care of it and make the catch for out number 3. So Lerma finds his way out of another jam, but not before the Squatch find themselves on the board. 2 runs on 5 hits. We head to the top of the 4th, and the Squatch looking to keep it a 2-run game for their offense to eventually cut in and maybe win game 1 tonight. We hope that's the case. We'll be right back with you as Connor Jones takes the mound for his 4th inning of work tonight. You're watching Squatch Baseball, Sticks and the Squatch in game 1. To the top of the 4th inning we go. The 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Sticks due up as Derek Calvillo steps in and Connor Jones on the mound once more for the Squatch. Fires his first pitch. Low for ball 1. We just finished doing the YMCA here at Black Hills Energy Stadium just a few moments ago. A packed house, and you can understand why. The last 5 games of the regular season, and only a couple of days away from game 1 of the divisional round of the playoffs. The Squatch are hoping that they earn their spot. as that one is going to hit Calvillo. The 1-1 count. No more, as Derek will take first base. So not the way that Connor wanted to start out the fourth inning, as it brings up Kobe Corinz. But the Sasquatch faithful here in Spearfish, wanting to support their team as much as they possibly can. Showing up in huge numbers, selling out tonight's game, and we're expecting very similar results for tomorrow's game and carrying all the way into Saturday's matchup, Game 5. Now what's funny is if the Squatch were to make the playoffs, Game 1 of the divisional round starts Sunday night, July 31st, less than a week away. And you know who the Squatch would be playing? The Big Sticks, of course. Squatch would have Game 1 at home, and they would face off. So it would basically be just a 6-game series with a very important Game 6. And then the Squatch and the Sticks would both travel back to Dickinson, North Dakota for Games 2 and 3. As back-to-back hit by pitches for Connor Jones. He has been throwing inside, and he is struggling with his command here in the fourth. And he is beating himself up right now. Not happy about that at all. He is not wanting to cause some trouble for the bottom of the lineup, as Sean D is now on deck and Alex Erlob up to bat, the 9-spot hitter. And that is going to be the end of the line for Connor Jones. Jarrett Hunt just made the motion over to the pin, and we will see who it brings out. Looks to be most likely Wyatt Adams, but for right now, Connor Jones shaking his head. He is not happy. Only able to go 3 innings tonight, surrendering 8 hits and 4 runs, striking out 3 in the process. But the Big Sticks were able to take advantage. And we hope that the Sasquatch offense may be able to make up some lost ground, and that Wyatt Adams here with runners on first and second, nobody out, and the lineup card turning over before too long. We hope we can keep this a 2-run ball game for the Sasquatch offense in the bottom half of the inning. So as he is talking things over, he'll have a few warm-up tosses. They're going to talk things over for just a minute and figure out strategy on Erlob. We'll be right back with you in just a few minutes. A 4-2 ball game, and the Big Sticks knocking on the door.
Summer at the Denny Menhold dealerships in Rapid City. Trade-in values are at an all-time high, and there's never been a better time to buy. With over 400 vehicles on location, you're guaranteed to find the right ride to take you into summer. And while you're here, make sure to sign up to win some great summer gear, like a Rice Honda side-by-side, Black Hills Fireplace Traeger Smoker, a variety of gift certificates, and more. Come by and check out a great selection of vehicles and summer gear at any of the Denny Menhold dealerships in Rapid City and at menholdsummer.com.
So welcome back here after a very extended mound visit, as well as Wyatt Adams stepping in, who will be relieving Connor Jones. Runners on first and second. Throws that fastball, little outside for ball one. As he is facing off against Alex Erlob. Adams with the walkout song, which is the Peaky Blinders theme song. If you're familiar with the show on Netflix, it is a very cool walkout song to have, as that one is going to be grounded straight to Bachman. He is going to tag out the runner, try to make the throw over to first, and that is going to be a double play that takes care of business. And Calvillo over at third base with 2 outs. So great job there from Ryan. Quick reaction. And now Wyatt Adams an out away from getting out of a bit of a jam here in the fourth. And a pretty great start for him. After inheriting 2 base runners with nobody out, able to put one on the ground. Now Sean D stepping in. Strike one. Carson Lundmark on deck. We do not want to see him until the 5th inning. A 4-2 ball game. Sean D takes that one in the dirt. Great job by O'Brien to keep it in front of him. As the field here at Black Hills Energy starting to become shaded as the sun starts to go down. 8:01 p.m. D fouls one behind us in the booth. So let's go, Wyatt. A 1-2 pitch. Fouled off once again. Not the length that we wanted to see Connor Jones come out for the starting rotation tonight, but that is okay. In fact, with a short start like that, we'll be seeing Connor, potentially if the Squatch were to make the playoffs, he might be our starter for game 1. And tonight was an outlier for him. He has been lights out. And that one is going to be swung on. Gabe Springer trying to make a dive and grab. The throw over. It is going to be, they're going to call him safe. So Calvillo is going to score from third home, and the umps are going to rule it off. They might have said that Doran stepped off the bag. It was a bit of a high throw. Gabe Springer had to turn his body, and they are going to rule him out. Wow. All right, the Big Stick's not happy about that one, but we will take it. That's okay with us. Seemed to be a bit high, but we will take it. It is still a 4-2 ball game. Wyatt Adams preserves the 2-run game and keeps the Squatch rolling as we head to the bottom of the 4th. We look to take it right back from the sticks. Only down by 2. We will see what we can do in just a few moments as Cam Johnson is going to head out there and talk it over with the first base coach. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Sticks still on top, 4-2 in game 1.
Walk through life. Every day is a new beginning. Shine your light. It's a day and the world is waiting. Move along to the song, singing in your soul. Feel the beat, clap your hands, let's take control. All you need, all you want, are you ready to find your way? 'Cause every day is a new day. And everything's going your way. And you wanna make it last forever. We'll keep it together, 'cause it keeps getting better. Hey, it keeps getting better.
So back here in the bottom of the 4th inning, the Sticks had runners on first and second with nobody out, and after Wyatt Adams came in, able to turn a double play, and then the next batter a ground out to retire the 2 batters he faced for a very quick 4th inning. And now the Big Sticks are going to elect to send Jonathan Lerma out for another inning. The Squatch have continuously pulled closer to him, scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd after having lots of runners on base in the 1st and 2nd innings. Squatch looking to repeat that success here right now. As Gabe Springer is quickly ahead 2-0, he is going to yank that one foul right past our assistant head coach Anthony down on the 3rd base line. Cannot say enough about the efforts of our coaching staff. Both Anthony and Jarrett really pushing the win now mentality as they came in just a couple of weeks ago and have been great for this team's morale. And the Squatch have replicated their mentality. Trying to do that tonight. A 3-1 count as Gabe Springer takes a leadoff walk. Brings up Bailey Bordas once more. Or excuse me, Ryan Bachman, followed by Bailey Bordas. So now Bachman the tying run. Let's see what we can do here. A 4-2 ball game. Lerma's pitch. Breaking ball outside. 4-1. Ryan 1 for 1 tonight, including a hit by pitch, batting .342 this season. You really can't ask for much better in summer ball play. And there's going to be another mound visit between Lerma and the catcher. And now finally the Sticks have someone in their pen. We'd love to see them utilize as many guys out of the pen as they can in one game. A 5-game stretch all against the same opponent is grueling. Both teams trying to see how long their pitchers can go. So expect to see Wyatt Adams in there as long as he can for the remainder of this game. They're trying to squeeze 4 innings out of Lerma tonight, but he has lost a little command of the zone. Springer on first base, still nobody out. And Ryan Bachman, a great candidate to put the ball in play at all times. Hardly strikes out. Springer with a good lead off of first, slides back. Bachman, the local from Rapid City, South Dakota, only about 45 minutes away from here. Plays at Minnesota State University, Mankato. And Lerma going to throw back again. So the Big Sticks, the same as the Sasquatch, neither of them letting any steal attempts come across. They do not want that to occur. Ryan Bachman turns on one and blasts one out. The left fielder just stands and watches it go. A game-tying 2-run homer for Mr. Ryan Bachman. This game is tied 4-4. The 3rd home run of the year for Ryan. And we are all right back in this game. The Big Sticks elected to keep Lerma in the game, and they pay. Man, Austin Bunn knew it right off the bat over in left field, didn't even attempt. Made a turn and just stared at it as it left the park. A tied ball game, 4 runs, 6 hits, courtesy of the moonshot from Ryan Bachman, an absolute missile. So right back where we started. Let's take the lead, boys. A sold-out crowd tonight being able to enjoy the Sasquatch as Bailey Bordas is going to lift that one out towards left center at the track. And right at the track, that's going to drop out of the glove of the center fielder, and that is going to be a one-out double for Bailey. Excuse me, no outs because that was dropped. The scoreboard was way ahead of me on that one. So now, a leadoff walk followed by Ryan Bachman's home run, and now a very, very close to a home run, but turned into a double for Bailey Bordas. The second of the night that Bailey has put into play and lifted deep. So make that a 2-for-3 night for Bailey to this point. And a 2-hit night for Ryan. And there you go. Doran hit for the second time tonight. Lermer was throwing a few too many once he found the strike zone, then gave up a home run and then a double. So then he had to elect to throw inside and hit Doran. So the Big Sticks still have their arm in the pin. Nobody out, runners on first and second, and Trey Vorwald looking to make the Sticks pay even further here in game 1. As we mentioned, every game matters, and now I think the Big Sticks are getting the memo. They are going to head out there and most likely let that be the end of the line. It will be for Jonathan Lerma, who went 3 innings, giving up 6 hits and 4 runs, walking 4 and striking out 4 in the process. So both starting pitchers only going 3 tonight for each team. Squatch and the Sticks will have to rely on the force of their bullpen. The Sticks just coming off of a very long series against the Western Nebraska Pioneers, as are the Squatch against the Horseheads. Both teams are probably going to be very limited with the arms they throw tonight. So which offense wants it more? And we will see who the new pitcher is on the mound in just a few moments. We'll have to see who it is. We'll check. Looks to be Logan Fragamini. Yes, we've seen this man a couple of times. These names are all too familiar. Fragamini from Maple Grove, Minnesota, plays at Montana State University Billings. Through 17 appearances out of the pen, a 3.54 ERA, through 40 2/3 innings pitched. Striking out 45, easily one of the leaders in strikeouts for this team. Only 5 shy of the strikeout leader, Justin Butz. That's how I was told to pronounce it like that last time. We'll be seeing him at some point in this series. But this game is all tied up at 4. We'll be back with you in literally just a few seconds. Do not go anywhere. Squatch are looking to push this and get the first lead of the night on the board here in the 4th inning. 4-4, Squatch and the Sticks here in game 1. So the Squatch threatening once more here in the bottom of the 4th inning. It has been a back and forth affair between both teams. Squatch looking to get their first lead of the night. Runners on first and second. Nobody out for Trey Vorwald against Logan Fragamini, the new man on the mound. A 1-for-2 night for Trey Vorwald, looking to add another hit and an RBI to the mix. The pitch, and just a bit inside. Trey Vorwald showed bunt one more time, and we'll see if that one was, it was definitely in on the hands. I can say that quite literally, but he seems to be okay. See, hopefully he just got the bat. So strike one. Couldn't tell from up here, but very glad to see that Trey is okay. So we'll try again here. Trey showed bunt last time. Had a slow roller down the left side of the infield for an infield single. He's going to show bunt again. Hopefully Fragamini throws a bit more in the zone, but now he reaches back. Goes with a full out swing, but that is going to be a high pop up at the third baseman. So Erlob takes care of Vorwald for out number 1. So in steps Gage. We hope to see something out of him. We're not too picky, considering we already have scratched our way back from a 4-run deficit, made it a tied ball game. But we'd love to see the lead for us here. Gage 1 for 1 tonight, along with a walk. And the 0-1, he is going to ground that one softly over to Krenz. He's going to throw to second. The throw from second to first for the 6-4-3 double play to retire the side. So the Squatch pull across 2 again in the 4th off of the pitcher, Jonathan Lerma, thanks to a 2-run blast from Ryan Bachman. But unfortunately, that is where we end it right now. Headed to the top of the 5th, but it is a tied ball game nonetheless. And we're hoping to add on to that in just a few moments. We will see Wyatt Adams come back out on the mound for the top of the 5th. 4-4 Sticks and Squatch in game 1. It has been a fun one so far. You are watching Sasquatch Baseball on our YouTube live stream.
All Balanced Bookkeeping, located right here in Spearfish, is your go-to place for all of your bookkeeping needs. Serving Spearfish for over 2 years, we have over 30 years of bookkeeping experience and can take care of any office tasks, large or small. Contact us now to get in touch with one of our many experienced bookkeepers.
So the Sasquatch piling back 2 runs in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th, as they have mounted the 4-run deficit, and it is all tied up now here in the 5th inning. And the Sasquatch are not looking to rest anytime soon. Wyatt Adams looking to keep this a tied ball game against the Big Sticks. It has been back and forth all night to this point. And the sold-out crowd of 817 here at Black Hills Energy Stadium has been loving every minute of it. Just spoke with Eric Schmidt, our general manager, and he said that this is, in fact, our biggest crowd that we've had this season to date. Hopefully we can even top this record sometime this week. We'd love to see you at the stadium for games 2 through 5. So Wyatt in a 2-0 count now against Carson Lundmark. I mentioned earlier, Lundmark is 2 for 2 tonight, accounting for one of the runs for the Big Sticks. And that one is going to be off of the head of Lundmark, and Wyatt obviously did not mean to do that, but he absolutely beamed him. We hope that Lundmark is okay. And everyone immediately out to check on him. They're bringing the trainers out. We hope he is okay. Goodness gracious, that did not sound good.
I want to play a song.
And everyone is quiet here at the stadium. And Coach Cam Johnson out there to check on him. He is going to be okay, as everyone in the Sasquatch infield waves him off, or claps him onto first base. Always a scary sight to see. You never want to see that, as Lundmark is a close friend of many of the Sasquatch players. With a couple of them going to his same college. So very happy to see Carson okay over there at first base. He is talking it over with the Big Stick coaches. Man, that was scary. So now that brings up Austin Bunn, the left fielder again. Same sort of scenario as last time. In the top of the 3rd inning, Austin Bunn turned on one. There was a no-doubt shot off of Connor Jones to make it a 4-0 ball game. And now with Lundmark over at first again and nobody out, Wyatt looking to avoid that trend. Obviously, Wyatt did not mean to do that whatsoever. But important to note that in the first 6 games of the season, with it being such a bitter rivalry, there was a lot of chippiness going on back and forth between the two teams. A lot of hit-by pitches, and we've seen a couple of those again tonight. As let's see here now what is going on. What does Cam Johnson have up his sleeve? He's walking out there going to appeal things. Wyatt Adams is smiling a bit. And I really hope that Cam Johnson is not trying to get Wyatt Adams out of this game, because or maybe looking for a warning. We will see. Who knows? But obviously Wyatt did not mean to do that. Let's get the game going. We head back now to our respective dugouts. And we'll get back to action. So now steps in Austin Bunn after the bit of a delay. It is 8:25 now, almost 2 hours since first pitch. Another slow one at that, but both teams making every at-bat count. So Wyatt now, after hitting Carson Lundmark, has him on first base. Throws that one low and inside for ball 1. So now the 1-0 to Austin Bunn. Outside of the zone for ball 2. Do not want to issue any free passes to the big stick hitters. They know how to take advantage, just as the Squatch do. We saw that in the 4th. A leadoff walk issued to Gabe Springer, followed by a blast over a left field wall from Ryan Bachman. Tied this ball game all up at 4. But now Wyatt quickly behind 3-0 to Bunn. Who is 1 for 2 on the night. We mentioned his 2-run home run earlier. Wyatt fires a fastball in for strike 1. Trying to claw back into this count. Does not want to have runners on first and second without retiring someone. So Wyatt's 3-1 count. Has to fire a strike here. He does, but that one's going to be lifted out towards left center. Bryson Hoyer racing in on it. Able to make the catch. Waist high. And that is going to potentially be a double play. A very untraditional one at that, but what? That was incredible. So make that an 8-3 double play. We always love seeing those. They're always a pleasure to see. Great job from Bryson there. Wow, and Carson was way off the base path. He thought that was finding a gap all day. But with the speed of Bryson Hoyer, you may be deceived. And Lumbark indeed was. Bryson covered so much ground in a short amount of time and then fired back over to Doran. So that's one way to get out of a jam. And one way to turn the double play. You don't see those often. 1 ball, no strikes. Now facing Daniel Rogers, the catcher. We'll talk a little bit more about Wyatt in the top of the 6th inning because we hope he is done here in just a few minutes. A 2-1 count after that foul ball grounded sharply up first base line. And the pitch outside. Keenan tried to frame it, unable to. For another count that Wyatt is a bit behind in. So now Adams' 3-1 pitch in on the hands. That one's going to be blooped into left field. Gage Crott able to make the catch and retire the side. Wyatt Adams gets through another inning of work after a great double play from the work of Bryson Hoyer in center field. Able to fire back to Ryan Doran to get both outs, followed by the pop fly out in left field. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Looking to take the lead for the first time tonight in Game 1 on this beautiful Tuesday evening. All tied up at 4. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
So your Spearfish Sasquatch on pursuit of their 14th win in the second half of this regular season. And no better time than the present here in the biggest game of the second half so far. All tied up at 4. The Squatch looking to take their first lead of the night. As Logan Fragamini back on the mound for his second inning of relief, after taking over for Jonathan Lerma after 3 innings. And it looks to be David Dielman, who was replacing Damon Gaither in the 8th spot. Gaither was ejected earlier on tonight on a very, very questionable strike 3. As that one's fired in the zone for strike 1. A 2-1 count now to Dielman in his first at-bat of the night. Taken outside, ball 3. Fragamini does not waste much time between pitches whatsoever. He is constantly working. And you see that right here. Not much time between pitches whatsoever, and that does not work out in his favor. As that is going to be a 5-pitch walk now to David Dielman to lead off the inning. We saw how this worked out for the Big Sticks in last inning. A leadoff walk of Gabe Springer followed by a blast from Ryan Bachman tied this ball game. And Fragamini doesn't want to mess around now. Keenan O'Brien followed by Bryson Hoyer to roll the lineup card over once more. O'Brien shows bunt, pulls back. Because that one is inside once more. In the first at-bat of the night for Fragamini, he threw way inside on Trey Vorwald, who is showing bunt. He throws hard, but some command of the zone here and there he struggles with. As that was apparently strike 1. So now Keenan looking to put it in play. The 1-1, he is going to lift that one. Gets way under it, all the way at the track, at the wall, over the board! The second home run of the night for the Spearfish Sasquatch. It is a 6-4 ball game. Keenan O'Brien with his second hit of the night. Nothing more important than that one right there. Bombs away here in South Dakota. Your Squatch are up by 2. And that was a rocket ship. We could not even find that one in the sky. All we could tell was the left fielder Austin Bunn racing back for the longest time. And there was no chance to track that one down. It was over the Black Hills Energy scoreboard. So exactly what the doctor ordered. The leadoff walk always comes back to bite you, my friend. And Keenan O'Brien was a perfect example of showing just that. The second time in 2 innings. The first lead of the night for the Squatch could not come at a better time here in the bottom of the 5th inning, courtesy of the catcher Keenan O'Brien. What a game this has been so far. Through 5 innings tonight, it has been back and forth. 6-4 ball game now. 7 hits for the Squatch, and 2 hits being home runs. As Bryson Hoyer steps back in now, and it is a 2-1 ball game. Or excuse me, it is a 2-1 count. And the crowd went wild just a few moments ago. All 817 in attendance tonight. This is a little opposite of what we've been seeing from the Sasquatch all year. It was a rare thing to see a home run here in our own home ballpark. And now we've seen 2 in 2 consecutive innings. So Hoyer now in a full count. Gabe Springer to follow in the on-deck circle. And then Ryan Bachman. Hoyer sends that one for a ride, pulls it way foul down the third base line into left field. The payoff pitch from Fragamini, able to take care of Hoyer for strike 3. A low pitch in the zone, and Hoyer fell for it. So Fragamini retires Hoyer for out number 1. That brings up Gabe Springer. So the Squatch relying heavily on their power tonight, logging most of their runs via home run. Wouldn't mind an insurance run off the bat of Gabe Springer, who has plenty of power himself. He is going to line that one over the shortstop's head into center field for a 1-out single. Squatch are rolling once more. So in steps Ryan once more. His last time up, he saw plenty of success. He might try to out-hit Keenan here. I think O'Brien had him by a few feet on his home run, but that one is going to be skied into right field and eventually caught by the right fielder Lundmark for out number 2. So Bordas steps back in. He's had himself a night so far as well. For both teams, everyone is getting a piece of the ball. Bordas is 1 for 2 with an RBI and a walk to his name. And he is going to send that one fair down the third base line. Gabe Springer rushing around second. They're going to send him to third. The throw from left field, not in time. That was a bang-bang play. Austin Bunn had a great throw, but Gabe Springer able to slide in at the final second and get a hand on third before the tag was applied. All right, now, so runners both in scoring position. Another double there for Bailey Bordas. So now make him 2 for 3. I said he was 2 for 3 last time around, but they tagged it as an error on one of his outfield shots that eventually dropped out towards left center last time around. Well, that one was not an error. That was all thanks to Bailey Bordas. 2 outs now, but Bordas on second with Springer on third, and Doran looking to get in on the action tonight. And there's going to be a quick mound visit now. No one in the bullpen for the Sticks. It will be Fragamini's inning. Obviously so. The Big Sticks are having to go back and forth. They don't really have that many options out of their pen either tonight. Would be great to see Ryan step up and get something huge here. He has yet to have an opportunity because he was hit in both of his first 2 at-bats. If he gets hit for the 3rd time in a row, I'm calling something personal against Doran. So after the Squatch down 4-0 early on in tonight's contest, retaliate and score 2 in the 3rd to make it a 4-2 ball game, followed by the 2-run blast from Ryan in the 4th, and another 2-run shot from Keenan that was somehow more impressive than Bachman's here in the 5th. A 2-run lead, but with an offense like the Big Sticks, you'll take as many runs as you can get to pad onto that lead. So back here, Fragamini, after the mound visit, calming himself down, facing Doran, who takes that one low for ball one. One ball, no strikes for Ryan here. Hopefully he has an opportunity to square up on one. Takes that one on the inside part of the zone for strike one. Sasquatch are 24 and 27 overall, but pay attention. What matters the most is the 13 and 10 record in the second half. That is leading our division, while the Big Sticks are only a game behind. They do not want to face the Sasquatch in the divisional playoffs starting Sunday afternoon. So we mentioned earlier the departures of Nicky Winterstein, Harrison Clark, Drew Biggerstaff, a few starters in the rotation, and a few others that'll potentially leave within the next week. But the Squatch are not showing any signs. They have not missed a beat yet. In fact, showing more power than ever before. Big swing and a miss there from Doran. Down to his last strike. So deuces wild for Fragamini in his appearance versus Doran, and Ryan down on his luck. Swing and a miss for strike three, retires the side, but not before two more runs cross here in the bottom of the fifth for the Sasquatch's first lead of the night, courtesy of Mr. Keenan O'Brien, who is 2 for 3 tonight and has finally found his stride after a little bit of a slump. That slump is no longer, my friends over the live stream. It has been a fun one so far. We are headed to the top of the sixth. Squatch in control and looking to keep it that way. We'll be right back with you in just a few minutes. It is a brand new ball game here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. Here on this Tuesday evening, your Squatch now have a 6-4 ball game and the first lead of the night as Wyatt Adams steps back out on the mound for another appearance out of the pen. Another inning of relief for Wyatt here in the top of the 6th. Keenan O'Brien absolutely sent one, a moonshot out towards left field to score in the bottom of the 5th. A 2-run blast. There was no doubt about it. Well, there was a bit of doubt because it was lifted up to the moon so high I couldn't even tell where it was going. It stayed up in the air for seemingly forever, and it wasn't until the very last second that I could tell it was gone. Over the scoreboard. Stayed up there forever. Finally decided to drop somewhere out past left field. So now Wyatt Adams could potentially get the win tonight if he gets through a couple of innings unscathed. He's currently in a full count now. As the middle of the lineup is up, Gunnar Hansen. In the 3-2, the payoff pitch from Wyatt, and Gunnar loses his bat. Great reflexes there from, it appears to be Jake Brill on the on-deck circle, who ducked right at the last time, or else he had a bat coming straight to the head. So we'll try the full count again. Wyatt looking to take care of Hansen here. In the middle of a sold-out crowd here this Tuesday night. Going to be a little too inside. And a leadoff walk now for Hansen. Brings up Jake Brill. We've seen a lot of similar tendencies between both of the teams. A leadoff walk in most of the innings tonight so far. Luckily for the Sasquatch, they have gotten the better end of things. When they get their leadoff walk on, they've hit home runs in the next at-bat afterwards. But Wyatt looking to get around a leadoff base runner here. Calvillo on deck, Kobe Krenz in the hole. 4 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for the Big Sticks, 6 runs on 9 hits for your Sasquatch. Let's see what Wyatt can do. And that was a good pitch, but Brill did not offer. It was just outside of the zone for ball 1. Adams from Whitman College. We've mentioned it a couple of times as he fires that one in for a called strike 2. Teammates with one of our starters, Jack Hostetler. So teammates at Whitman, teammates now here in Spearfish. Always fun being able to see them pack a 1-2 punch. Jack coming out through the starting rotation and Wyatt out of the pen. Swing and a miss there. Wyatt blew the fastball right past Jake Brill for out number 1. That brings up Calvillo. And that's more like it. The first strikeout of the night for Wyatt. So Hansen over at first base, and Calvillo is going to ground that one up the middle right past Springer, and that is going to put runners on the bases first and second, 1 out. So while there's a relatively new lineup for the Big Sticks, Derek Calvillo, we remember him from early in the season. He has made his presence known, saying, "I have not gone anywhere. I'm still just as much of a threat as ever. And man, oh man, he and Lundmark have been obnoxiously good against the Sasquatch. So the bottom third of the lineup now here, after Calvillo batted 7th, the 8-spot hitter Kobe Krins steps in with runners on first and second. The Big Sticks are trying to fight their way back into this lead for the Squatch. And the breaking ball just inside, ball 1. Wyatt threw 2 1/3 to this point. And that one taken for strike 1. We mentioned earlier there are very limited arms out of the pin tonight. Wyatt, after Connor Jones was only able to go 3 before eventually leaving the game, Wyatt has been asked to do most of the dirty work tonight. He now has the lead, but he is having to go through the middle innings for the Squatch, as he is a great middle relief pitcher, a great inning eater, and he will definitely be given the reins for maybe another inning or 2 before seeing someone different, as Adams was out of town for the Casper series. He did not pitch during that time, obviously. So now he gets all the time in the world tonight on the mound. But the last thing he wants to do is walk Kobe Krins right here. Takes a deep breath and gets ready for the pitch. "20 strikeouts through 28 1/3 innings pitched for Wyatt this season. Looking for strikeout number 21 right here. Do not want to walk Kobe Krins, and there is going to be a pickoff attempt, and the tag not applied. Wow, Gunnar Hansen with a very gutsy call there to try to steal from second to third. He does so. Wyatt noticed it from the corner of his eye, made the throw to Bortis, but Hansen slides around the outstretched arm of Bortis to try to tag him out. Man, so now runners on the corners. 1 out. Hansen 1 base closer to crossing home. We hope he stays put right at third. So both teams even with 9 hits. Kobe Krins ahead 3-1 on Wyatt. And he is going to ground that one. Barely Bortis is going to throw to second for 1. Bachman the throw to first, 4. The 5-4-3 double play. Wyatt Adams does it again, gets out of the inning, and he is pumped up, as is the rest of the crowd here in game 1 of 5. What a gutsy inning there from Wyatt and the Sasquatch defense to take care of it and put up a goose egg in the top of the 6th. We head to the bottom half of the inning, still up by 2, looking to add on a couple more runs, because why not? Headed to the bottom of the 6th in just a few minutes. Squatch ahead, 6-4.
Do you know the locals' choice for gaming excitement? It's the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. With new games arriving every month, our selection of slot machines is the freshest in town. You can always find a game with our card tables open 24 hours a day. And parking is free and easy at the Lodge, with the area's largest free parking only steps away from our front door. Enjoy spacious and comfortable gaming at the Lodge at Deadwood, the locals' choice.
Having fun here at Black Hills Energy Stadium in Game 1 between the Sasquatch and the Badlands Big Sticks. So far, the Squatch have fired back and have the upper hand. A 2-run lead here in the bottom of the 6th. And the Squatch looking to pile on a couple more runs against Fragamini, who is out for another inning. Both Logan Fragamini and Wyatt Adams having to provide the big important innings here throughout the middle of tonight's game. The 1-1, Trey Vorwald fouls that one off, takes another half-hearted swing. Did not want to go around, but either way, it is strike 2. We thank you so much for joining us here tonight as we are officially in our final week of the regular season. As Trey Vorwald is going to send that one out towards left field. And a great play there from Austin Bunn. Caught that one right in front of him, about knee high. But either way, does not drop. It is out number 1. So Trey now 1 for 4 on the night. That brings up Gage Crott. Gage 1 for 2. And he is going to lift that one out towards right field. Lundmark takes a few steps to his right and makes the catch for out number 2. So Fragamini just an out away from getting out of a very efficient top of the 6th, or bottom of the 6th, excuse me. Going to be another quick mound visit now as they have to face off against David Dielman. And tonight's performance is really just a testament to how deep of a roster this Sasquatch team is. You lose a lot of your RBI leaders on the year, and you're still putting up 6 runs, a couple of home runs to add to tonight's game. And it's really just the next man up mentality. One person gone, the next man steps in as if nothing ever happened. And that's a championship feel, my friends. 2 outs, nobody on. Fragamini fires in for strike 1. Dielman behind 0-1. Thinks about it, but holds back. Count runs even at 1. The 1-1 now. Bit outside. Ball 2. Fragamini giving up 3 hits and 2 runs to this point, along with a walk, and striking out 2 Sasquatch hitters. And the 2-1, Dielman is going to lift that one way high, right past third base foul. And the third baseman able to make the catch for out number 3, Alex Erlob. As both Wyatt Adams and Logan Fragamini threw their 3rd inning of relief. We will see if Wyatt comes out for the 7th. We hope he does. Why not? He's been great. As we will be out in just a few minutes. Sasquatch defense ready to preserve this 2-run lead. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes, and Wyatt Adams indeed taking the mound once more for inning number 4. Squatch up by 2, headed to the top of the 7th.
We're all going somewhere, going higher, faster, farther, going in new directions, to new places. At Monument Health, we keep going so you can keep going. We're dedicated to advanced orthopedic care with the latest innovations, technology, expertise, and treatment. So keep exploring, keep making memories, keep going with Monument Health as your partner. Learn more at monument.health/orthopedics.
3 outs, or 3 innings to go, excuse me. We are not in the 9th inning yet. In fact, we are in the 7th as the Squatch hold a 2-run lead. It is a 6-4 affair against our friends from Dickinson, North Dakota, the Badlands Big Sticks. They're here for a 5-game series to end the regular season this week. Game 1 tonight. And the 9-1-2 hitters are due up for Badlands here in the 7th. And Wyatt Adams on the mound once more. He has been in the driver's seat to this point. He's had a few base runners here and there, but he has gotten out of the jam every single time unscathed, only allowing 1 hit as well as 1 walk. No runs have crossed as the Big Sticks have been silent since the 3rd inning. Wyatt's currently in a 2-0 battle here with Alex Erlob. Taking a bit high, ball 3. There's a little action in the Sasquatch bullpen. Might figure that this could be the last inning for Wyatt. And if he gets out of this without allowing a run, what a job he has done tonight. Taken in the zone for strike 1, fastball. Finds the plate, a 3-1 count now. And Erlob making him throw a strike. Wyatt's 3-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. Blew it right past Alex for strike 2. So after the get me over fastball on the 3-0 count, Wyatt's right back in the battle. The payoff pitch, swing and a miss. Takes care of Erlob, fires all the way back into the count, and takes care of him via strikeout. Great way to start the 7th. Wyatt Adams has been impressive to say the least so far tonight. So Sean D., the leadoff hitter for the Sticks tonight, steps back in. As he has been held hitless, 0 for 3, with none of the momentum for the Big Sticks really starting until Carson Lundmark in the 2 spot. D takes that pitch for strike 1. D batting .288 on the year. 1 home run and 10 RBIs. Grounds that one over to Gabe Springer. A tricky hop gets right past him into left center. Bryson Hoyer cuts it off, but that is going to be a 1-out single. A hot shot off the bat of D is his first hit of the night. So now that brings up Lundmark. Now I mentioned last time, we remember a few innings ago, Wyatt hit Lundmark accidentally, beamed him in the helmet. So now Carson steps back in, 2 for 2 on the night. It seems against the Sasquatch he does not know how to stay off the base path. And that one's going to be in the dirt, and D is going to try to steal second. And the throw in the dirt a bit low past the glove of Springer allows D to reach, so he is now in scoring position. Standing there on second base, still 1 out. So the 1-0 count now. We'll see if Wyatt can get out of this one as well. And that one curves into the zone. Looked like it was a little outside. Finds part of the plate. The outside edge for strike 1. Lundmark shakes that one off. Austin Bunn on deck. Would be huge for Lundmark to be out number 2 here. That one is going to be grounded sharply. Little high chopper, Wyatt racing to the bag, and a bang play, but he stepped on the first base bag just in time. It was a race of who was faster to first base. Lundmark was charging the entire way, but Wyatt got just a half step on him for out number 2. A huge one at that. So now Sean D able to advance over to third base, but not before trading that out for out number 2 off of Carson Lundmark. That brings up Austin Bunn, the final hope here in the 7th. And to this point in time, this has probably been the best we have seen Wyatt pitch all season. Had a bit of a rough start. Crazy how pitchers come into their own throughout the summer campaign. Really find their stride, and Wyatt has done that in his last few appearances. That one is going to get past O'Brien. A bit of a wild pitch, and a runner scores. D comes home from third, and it is now a 6-5 ball game, the first earned run of the night for Wyatt. And actually, we're going to say that was an error on Springer, so it will not be earned for Wyatt. A lot of toss-ups on whether or not that was a cleanly hit ball or if Gabe Springer made the error. But either way, it is a 6-5 ball game for Bunn. And he is quickly ahead, 3-0. Keenan O'Brien fetches it, throws it back to Wyatt. So the sticks off of the wild pitch that gets past O'Brien. Score for the first time since the 3rd inning. It is a 1-run ball game. Wyatt looking to keep it at that. Headed to the bottom of the 7th. The 3-0. And that one's outside for ball 4. As Austin Bunn takes first base on a 4-pitch walk. So as you just heard from our PA guy, you might not have heard that actually, but I'll bring it up to date. Our beer batter of the night is stepping in for I guess technically his 3rd time. Let's check. 4th time on the night. Daniel Rogers. I actually wasn't aware that he was the beer batter until now, but it is last call on alcohol. If Rogers were to somehow strike out for out number 3 here in the 7th, everyone gets $1 off their beer. Do us a favor, Daniel. Wyatt fires back to first. And what a different environment you have just been able to see here at the stadium tonight. The Sasquatch, the entire team as a whole in the dugout are just pumped up. Wyatt fires that one in the dirt. Ball 1. Squatch scored 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. Nothing in the 6th. But I'm sure there's plenty of more runs where this came from. First, we have to get out of the top of the 7th. That one's in the dirt again. And Coach Jarrett Hunt is going to go out and have a word with Wyatt just real quick. Griffin Sheeran warming up in the warming up in the bullpen for the Sasquatch. We'll have a lot to talk about him whenever he makes his appearance on the mound some point tonight. He has been rather impressive as of late as well. But for now, this is all Wyatt's inning. No doubt about it. Hunt wants him to get through 4 complete. But the Squatch offense just feel different. Yeah, it has to feel amazing collectively as a team, especially after the rough first half that they all experienced together. Being able to turn around and work at full strength on their roster to take first place of the division. And they don't want to stop here. They are looking to roll on completely, keep the train rolling into the playoffs. It all starts with a Game 1 victory tonight. Wyatt's 2-0 as the count resumes. Ball 3. So now the 3-0 count from Wyatt. There we go. Wyatt's had a couple of these counts where he's gotten very behind, whether it be 3-0 or 3-1. And he's found a way to retire the batter one way or the other. We hope the same case applies here to Rogers. A 6-5 ball game. Both teams still with 9 hits on the night. Now Adams 3-1. And there we go. Good stuff, Wyatt. Count runs full. Gunnar Hansen, the DH, on deck. We'd like to see him in the 8th. And want to end any drama right here. The payoff pitch. That one is going to be lined into left center. Bryson Hoyer going to be the first one. Or no, Gage Crott is going to try to cut it off. And the throw cut off from Ryan Bachman at second base bag. And luckily enough, that is going to keep the runner over at third base. So Austin Bunn unable to come home off of the single. It is still a 1-run game, but now runners on the corners, and they will make the motion to the pin. Here comes Griff. But what an absolute great performance from the man out of the pen, the first one of the night, Wyatt Adams, who went 3 2/3 innings, giving up only 2 hits, 1 run, and none earned. Striking out 2 in the process, facing 14 big stick batters. And hopefully Griffin Sheeran can shut down the top of the 7th here. Only 1 out to go, but runners on the corners do not want to see any runs tagged on Wyatt after the night he had. Some very important innings here in game 1, and he did his job 100%. So as there is a quick mound visit, we'll be back with you in just a few minutes to let Griffin Sheeran get a few warm-up pitches in with Keenan O'Brien behind the plate. It is a 6-5 affair. Squatch looking to take game 1 of 5 and turn this series in the positive direction starting tonight.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
So a packed house here at the top of the 7th inning. Runners on the corners for the Big Sticks, and Griffin Sheeran replacing Wyatt Adams on the mound. Only 1 out to go, but not before he has to face Gunnar Hansen, the designated hitter. Griffin has been exceptional out of the pen. By far one of the hardest throwing pitchers for the Sasquatch this year. And he uses every bit of that velocity to his advantage. The 0-1 in the dirt. Great job from Keenan as the runner is in a bit of a pickle here. but probably a very heads-up play there, as Rogers was off of the first base bag, and Keenan did not want to risk the runner from third coming home in the meantime. So kept it in front of him and did not try a throw. The IQ of a catcher, man, I tell you what, I would not be able to react the way that O'Brien and Carr and all these other Sasquatch catchers do. Such an underrated position. The 1-1. Taken low. Ball 2. And folks, this is just a glimpse of what we will be seeing all week. Both teams battling it out. Even though the Big Sticks have a playoff berth, they do not want to face the Sasquatch, and they do not want to have game 1 on Sunday afternoon. It'll be a 6-game homestand for the Squatch. But Spearfish wants every bit of it. And that one apparently a bit low. The home crowd not happy with that one. All 817 of them. But every game matters. Starting tonight. Nothing more important. No game more important than game 1 against the Sticks tonight. Squatch battling for playoff positioning. We need to win game 1 as well as a couple of others, but not before this game is tied. We're going to have to at least spark some sort of rally. It is a 6-6 ball game thanks to an RBI shot off of the bat of Gunnar Hansen, and that is tough. So now the lineup rolls over to Jake Brill, batting 6th tonight. Number 3, the center fielder. Runners again on first and second base, still 2 outs. And that will be tagged to Wyatt Adams, unfortunately, on the night, as Griffin inherited that runner. But he fires that one right down Broadway for strike 1. All right, it's a tied ball game. Squatch can manage. Squatch can manage with any sort of deficit, really. But you don't want to give the Big Sticks any ideas. The 0-1 now to Brill from Griff. Taken a bit low. We saw this with the Big Sticks earlier against the starter on the mound. I guess, you know, earlier in the season against Jack Hostetler, a man who really relies on that velo. Can throw hard, same as Griff, but the Big Sticks just seem to catch up to the fastball day in and day out. And I tested that theory the next day when Kenji Miller was on the mound for the Squatch. Kenji's arsenal is a lot of off-speed and breaking balls, and the Big Sticks had no answer whatsoever. And Griff throws hard, but the Big Sticks took advantage, able to put one in play and find a gap in the right side of the infield. Big hack for strike 2. Now Griff's just a strike away. Let's see what he can do. I'm sure we'll be seeing him for at least 1 inning. And sorry, my voice just continues to crack tonight. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm too excited. That's okay. I don't really care. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Griffin Sheeran backs it up and throws the fastball right past Jake Brill for out number 3. So 2 score for the Big Six at the top of the 7th, but it is still a tied ball game. Squatch, all they have to do now is find a way to cut back and take the lead once more. We are so good at retaliating in the bottom halves of innings. We will see what we can do as we enter the 7th inning stretch in game 1. Your Spearfish Sasquatch looking to get vengeance here in just a few minutes as the kids run the bases on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, all tied up at 6. Welcome back here to Black Hills Energy Stadium here in the bottom of the 7th inning. It is a 6-6 ball game. The Sticks just pulled across 2 runs in the top of the inning. And the Squatch doing what they do best, retaliating and pulling those runs right back on the board. As Keenan O'Brien, who is having himself a night to this point, steps in against Logan Fragamini once more. It was not meant to be a bullpen game tonight, but it has somehow turned out that way. As O'Brien sends a screamer down the third base line for strike 1. After both the Big Sticks and the Sasquatch pitchers, starting pitchers, only went 3 innings, both teams have had to make the call to their bullpen way earlier than they would have anticipated. But so far, Wyatt Adams, who went 3 2/3 innings, followed by Griffin Sheeran, who just retired the rest of the 7th. And then the same applies for Logan Fragamini out of the pen for the Sticks. They have been going the distance and have been eating the innings that have been required of them. Let's see what Keenan can do if he has any more magic up his sleeve. Already a 2-run bomb tonight, but behind 0-2 now. Takes one low for ball 1. I mentioned it earlier, Keenan had a bit of an extended slump hitting at the plate, but tonight he has seemed to shake it all off. And he does not care because he has found his groove once more. And unfortunately, that one finds the outer edge of the plate for a strikeout for out number 1. But here is Bryson Hoyer stepping back in once more. So Bryson 0 for 4 tonight with 2 strikeouts. It's a bit unusual of him. Maybe he'll turn on one of Fragamini's pitches as well. Hoyer will be attending Loyola Marymount University. Sort of a handful to say. It's more like a tongue twister. I brought that up to him a couple of days ago. He said, yeah, it would be a lot easier to pronounce the name of a college that wasn't so hard to pronounce, but he's very thankful for the opportunity and he cannot wait for his freshman year in the fall. The 1-1 now from Logan in the dirt for ball 2. So this is exactly what we expected. We will be seeing more of this head-to-head matchup as both teams have hit their strides at different points in the season, and now we meet back when both rosters are about even. And that's when it's the most entertaining. No excuses, just whoever can battle it out and come out the winner every night, as Bryson Hoyer strikes out for the 3rd time. So that'll complete the hat trick for him on the night. Or excuse me, no, it wouldn't, because he's now 0 for 5. So 2 outs here. And Gabe Springer, the final hope here right now in the bottom of the 7th inning. Still waiting for one of those Springer moonshots. As Fragamini's pitch taken for a called strike 1. So now, that one looked a bit low, maybe inside. Ball 1. Gabe is 1 for 3 on the night. 3 home runs, 28 RBIs. Big cut there. He wanted every piece of that one. Fragamini's heater, just a little better. During the weekend series in Casper, Gabe was one of the men of the weekend, seemingly getting a hit every at bat, including a 3 for 4 Saturday night performance. And now an in on the hands. Jammed him, he fouls it out of play. So Springer down to his last strike. Fragamini has been impressive himself. We mentioned earlier both teams needing much needed rest out of the bullpen, and Logan Fragamini takes care of business here in the 7th. And let's see what happened there. Gabe Springer thought he fouled it off. Took a big cut on that one, but they are going to rule that he maybe struck out. But now here comes Logan Fragamini back on the mound. We'll see what happens. And you can just tell the rivalry between these two teams. They faced each other more than they would like to this season. And you'll be seeing plenty of that resentment, maybe more anger than anything else. Frustration, having to face each other 4 more times after tonight, hopefully 5. With a playoff game 1 at home on Sunday afternoon. If that is in the cards, we hope it is. The 1-2 from Fragamini. That one outside of the zone, and Fragamini mouthing off to the ump now. Was a decent pitch, but either way, the count runs 2-2. Swing and a miss, and now he's excited. So now Fragamini is, yay, there we go, get out of here. Oh yeah, now we're about to have a little more drama between the ump and Fragamini. Fragamini's been a bit of trouble on and off the field from what we've heard this season. So great job, Logan, you are ejected. We will see you later on, hopefully not this week, as it is still a 6-6 ball game. He gets out of it, but Squatch are about looking to strike right back. And here we are, chippy once more. Logan out of the stadium. We'll see you later, my friend. Get out of here. Headed to the top of the 8th inning. All tied up and chippier than ever. What a fun night for baseball. We'll be right back with you. A 6-6 ball game between the Sticks and the Squatch.
When you venture to spearfish in the Black Hills of South Dakota, you'll find rugged hiking and biking trails, extreme rock climbs, and views that will take your breath away. Plan a spearfish vacation and come find your adventure. Spearfish, my great place in South Dakota.
A tied ball game here in the top of the 8th inning. Can't ask for a much better environment than tonight. 817 in attendance, the biggest crowd of the season so far in Game 1 against the Sticks, in the most important series of the year. And it has been everything we could have asked for. Plenty of bad blood between these two teams. And we are bringing out all the stops here in Game 1. We are so glad you are joining us tonight, whether it be here at the park or on the live stream. I am Win Andrews, your voice of the Squatch. And we are all dialed in for the last couple of innings of tonight's matchup. Griffin Sheeran back on the mound against Derek Calvillo. The Sticks struck back in the top of the 7th, scoring 2 of their own. And after Logan Fragamini, the relief pitcher on the mound, just got through the last batter of the 7th, which was Gabe Springer, he got ejected. He went 4 innings, giving up 2 runs and 3 hits, striking out 5 in the process. It appeared that there was a little discussion on the field. I think Fragamini thought that Gabe Springer struck out, but Springer thought he foul-tipped a pitch at least. And then, so Fragamini was walking off the mound, and they ruled that it was a foul tip, or a foul ball, excuse me. That Springer had gotten just a piece of it, so Fragamini had to come out on the mound for another pitch. And whenever he struck out Springer officially, he said a few choice words in the ump's direction and made a big appearance towards him and stared him down directly. And after being ejected, there were a few expletives that we could tell up from the booth. So that will not make your night any easier as a player, as Griffin Sheeran rings up Derek Calvillo for out number 1. But that was just another prime example of the pent-up frustration between these two teams. Always been a bit of a rivalry. And now it is becoming on full display here tonight. Damon Gaither was ejected earlier on tonight for the Sasquatch. And Fragamini, now that he is gone, will be the end of the line for him. The Big Sticks have someone in their pen getting ready. Big cut there on the fastball from Sheeran. Kobe Krins, the shortstop, in a 1-1 count. We saw Kobe a lot on the mound as well. We mentioned it earlier. He has a very surprising fastball as well. One of those players you can just tell is an overall athlete wherever he plays on the field. And one of the day ones for the Big Sticks this season. So 3 balls, 1 strike. Griffin trying to catch up. Kobe fouls that one off. Count runs full. I have the fellow broadcaster for the Big Sticks with us in the booth tonight. As swing and a miss there from Griffin Sheeran. Back-to-back Ks. Add that to his line. Kobe Krins down on his luck. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. That is going to bring up Alex Erlob to round out and finish the order this time through for the Sticks. But plenty of friendly competition between me and Luke Stera, the Badlands Big Sticks broadcaster, just a few feet away, hoping that I come out with the upper hand tonight. One ball, 1 strike to Erlob now. Griff fires a bit outside for ball 2. We will see if he can come out for the 9th. We might be having Dylan Ritchie as we see him standing around in the bullpen. The man, the myth, the legend. Dylan Ritchie has been lights out all season as our closer. might be seeing him in the ninth. But the 2-2 now, taking a bit outside. Count runs full again on Urlaub. We were just talking about Griff. He had quite the night himself. Couple of games, well, I guess technically in the series over the weekend against the Casper Horseheads. The payoff pitch from Griff. Strike three, paints a corner and takes care of Alex Urlaub here to retire the side. We head to the bottom of the 8th as Griffin Sheeran, 1, 2, 3, strikes out the Sticks hitters in order. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Squatch looking to take the lead and letting Dylan Ritchie close out some business in the 9th. Do not go anywhere. It is all tied up at 6, headed to the bottom of the 8th.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice strike.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
So late in this ball game, in the bottom of the 8th inning, time for the Squatch Bats to get back to work. They have yet to score since the 5th inning, as Ryan Bachman takes a called strike one. A really big spot here for the Squatch. You trust Dylan Ritchie to get you out of any sort of jam if you see him in the top of the 9th. Ryan Bachman followed by Bailey Boris, the cleanup hitter, and then Ryan Duran, as Bachman is going to send that one hugging the right field line. It's going to be fair, as Ryan's going to try for 2, and we'll see if he might even try for 3. A bobble on the warning track, and he is going to be standing up at second base just like that. And he has one of his crazy dances. I forget what that one is, but whatever it was effective. The right fielder was bobbling the ball as he was trying to pick it up right at the wall. But Ryan Bachman has the Squatch working right here, right now. Bailey Bordas looking to put it in play. We don't want to go into extras tonight. We still have 4 more games against these guys before even the postseason. Well, let's just go ahead and take the lead right here. Big cut from Bailey. Strike 1. The new pitcher on the mound is Grayson Gifford, number 27, from Denver, Colorado. Plays at Azusa Pacific. And he has been coming out of the pen his last few appearances. A 2-3 record with a 7.57 ERA. 29 Ks through 27 1/3 innings pitched. With now 32 hits surrendered on the season after the right field shot from Ryan Bachman. But Bailey just needs to put it in play here. Quickly behind 0-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Takes care of Bordas. And 3 pitches. Sits him down. That brings up Ryan Doran. And what a great introduction this would be for Ryan to all of the Spearfish faithful in his second start of the season with the Sasquatch. Nothing would be more accepted by the fans here than an RBI shot to take the lead late in tonight's contest. Big cut as Doran was way behind on Gifford's fastball there. Just cannot get enough of this action. Both teams battling it out, and you can tell they want it. As Gifford makes sure that Ryan stays over there at second. Does not want him advancing whatsoever. Trey Vorwald on deck with 1 on and 1 out. Bachman in scoring position. Gifford ready for the 0-1 pitch, and he's going to put that one in play. Doran's going to get that one to sneak through. Bachman's going to be waved home, easily making it home. There won't even be a contested throw. Ryan Doran comes through in the biggest part of his season. Bachman is fired up. It is a 7-6 ball game. Ryan Doran, welcome to Spearfish. The biggest hit of the night. He had been searching for it. He was hit by a pitch twice early on. He struck out his 3rd time up and then had the biggest hit of the night to date. Late in tonight's game, an RBI single down the right side of the infield. As Dylan Ritchie getting ready in the bullpen, he will officially be coming out for the 9th. And Trey Vorwald tries to hold off but cannot. Goes around for strike 1. And you can just feel the playoff intensity within every aspect of this ballpark, every place. It is packed house tonight. Not many have left. And as much as fun as it is to receive a bobblehead, that is not just the reason people are here tonight. They're here to see the Squatch pull together a very impressive homestand to finish off the regular season and take this momentum into the playoffs. The Squatch never say die. Very evident night in and night out. The 1-1 now to Trey. Grayson Gifford's pitch. As he will be in line for the loss of Dylan Ritchie. Would he be able to retire the 9th? And I spoke with Ritchie earlier. He is down to his last few innings pitched. Well, he has a pitch count, or an inning count, excuse me, this summer. But he will be coming in at a very important part of the Sasquatch season, taking game 1. We'd love to see him help us out with that, as he has all season. Trey's quickly ahead 3-1. Fires back to Dorn over at first base. So what a back and forth affair it has been. The Squatch making sure that it does not fall out of their fingertips. Trey Vorwald fouls that one off. Right next to the concession stands, off the wall. And some lucky kid got the foul ball. Turn it in for a Squatch buck. That can be used toward concessions and merchandise. Way to go. So Ryan Dorn, the kid from Iowa, takes care of business as the Squatch have a 1-run lead late in game 1. Trey Vorwald now in the full count. The pitch, broken bat up towards the mound, and Gifford is going to make the toss to first. Trey Vorwald racing the entire time, but just right before he tossed to first in time. So now 2 outs, and Gage Crott as Ryan Dorn was able to advance to second base on the chop grounder. So a single here could potentially score Ryan. We'll take any amount of insurance we could get. So Gifford ready for the 2-out pitch to Gage. And that one finds the plate for strike 1. So game 1 of the playoffs, if the Squatch were to make it, will not feel much different than how it feels tonight. A complete playoff atmosphere. The biggest crowd all season. In between innings, we had a screaming contest. Everyone was seeing how loud we could get. I have not had my ears blasted in that way, probably ever. But that is okay. Everyone's having fun here at the stadium, and why not? Squatch are taking game by game. And that win now mentality I was talking about earlier. Wanting to make the playoffs any way they can. Not wanting to rely on any other team to do it for them. Doing it themselves. The 0-2, Gage gets just a piece of it, fouls it off the protective netting. 9:55 here Mountain Time in Spearfish, South Dakota. And 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Ryan Dorn's RBI single scored Ryan Bachman after his leadoff double. But now the 0-2 from Gage, and Gage swings out of his shoes, turns all the way around Gifford's fastball, blows it right past him. But not before the Squatch take a 1-run lead into the top of the 9th. Open the gates, Dylan Ritchie is coming through. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Squatch on top 7-6, 3 more outs to go in game 1.
For summer at the Denny Menhold dealerships in Rapid City. Trade-in values are at an all-time high, and there's never been a better time to buy. With over 400 vehicles on location, you're guaranteed to find the right ride to take you into summer. And while you're here, make sure to sign up to win some great summer gear, like a Rice Honda side-by-side, Black Hills Fireplace Traeger Smoker, a variety of gift certificates, and more. Come by and check out a great selection of vehicles and summer gear at any of the Denny Menhold dealerships in Rapid City and at menholdsummer.com.
Sound the alarms here in the top of the 9th inning. Dylan Ritchie has entered and has stepped on the mound as he faces, hopefully, just 3 batters for the Big Sticks here in the top of the 9th. Fired that one in for called strike 1. Taking a bit low. Count runs 1-1. So now for the Big Sticks looking on. It is going to be the 1-2-3 hitters. Top of the lineup over again for Ritchie. Griffin Sheeran struck out the side in the 8th inning, and now Ritchie looking to finish the business after Ryan Doran scored Ryan Bachman in the bottom of the 8th for the Squash to take another lead. So now Dylan, who always works very quickly. The 2-2 now to Sean D, and D went around for out number 1. So Sean D strikes out, and that brings up Carson Lundmark with 1 out here in the 9th. 2 more outs to get before the Squash secure game 1 of 5, as they are making every single game count. They want the playoffs more than anything. And a win tonight would push us 1 step closer. The pitch to Lundmark, low and in the dirt. And now the 1-0 count, swing and a miss. Dylan Ritchie is just unbelievable. No matter the situation, always being able to come out, has the closer mentality down to a science. Another whiff, swing and a miss. Now Dylan in a 1-2 count. Carson Lundmark trying to slow him down, but Dylan is ready on the mound. Not wasting any time whatsoever. That's when he works best. So now Carson ready. And Ritchie, the 1-2, outside. Keenan O'Brien has called an amazing game behind the plate tonight, as he tends to usually do. And not just behind the plate, he has been great. As that one is in the dirt, count runs full. He has been great at the plate, including that 2-run home run earlier in tonight's action to give the Squatch their first lead. So let's see what Ritchie does here. The payoff pitch. Oof. Just got a piece of it. Fouled it off right next to the Squatch dugout. Tuesday, July 26th. Nearing the end of July, about to start the month of August when the playoffs begin. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Dylan Ritchie. That's what we like to see. So after Griff struck out the side in the 8th, Dylan says, hold on, I'm going to try to one-up you. The Big Sticks down to their final out here in game 1. We hope to see you out for games 2 through 5. Ritchie's first pitch, taken 4, strike 1. Austin Bunn, the left fielder, is up at the plate. 2 more strikes to go. The 0-1 from Ritchie now. Another swing and a miss. Big Sticks have yet to make contact outside of a weak foul off a few minutes ago. And the Sasquatch home crowd giving a standing applause now for Dylan Ritchie as he is a strike away. Rounding up his season with the Spearfish Sasquatch. Can he do the business here? He fouls it off. Bunn gets just a piece of it again, so there will be another pitch now for Dylan, as he is quickly ahead 0-2. A 1-run game. And Dylan Ritchie so far not showing any signs of being nervous. The crowd getting into it. The 0-2 count to Austin Bunn. The pitch Just inside. Oof. And that one was a bit inside, a bit close. And if this is the atmosphere that we're feeling on game 1 of 5 on a Tuesday night, I cannot imagine what we'll be seeing on Sunday night for playoffs game 1. That one is going to be lined straight to Bailey Bordas on one knee. The fire throw to first, 4 out, number 3. And Dylan Ritchie takes care of business. 1, 2, 3 in the top of the ninth. The Squatch win game 1. Offensively, defensively, you name it, they were incredible. In all facets, the Squatch take care of business. It was a hard-earned victory tonight for Spearfish, and a lot of questionable calls here and there, as well as just a bit of bad blood between the Squatch and the Sticks. But the Squatch able to take care of business and are going to head home tonight with the upper hand. A game 1 victory, inching us one step closer to the playoffs as the Big Sticks are battling it with us in the second half for sole record of first place. This head-to-head matchup and the Sasquatch win proves huge, as we only have a couple more games. 4 more to go here for the regular season play, all against the Big Sticks. We will pick up action again tomorrow, starting at 6:35 first pitch in game 2. We'll have everything for you tomorrow, but for now we're going to get ready for a quick post game with the player of the game who is yet to be named. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes, but your Spearfish Sasquatch take game 1 tonight at home, 7-6. What a game, what a time, and what a playoff atmosphere that we were able to experience tonight. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes. We hope you stick around with us, but we thank you for joining us on the live stream tonight. I am Win Andrews, your voice of the Sasquatch. So grateful and honored to be on another call, and such an exciting call as this one. Squatch take game 1. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes. All right, guys, welcome back here to Black Hills Energy Stadium after a 7-6 Game 1 victory for your Spearfish Sasquatch, courtesy of Ryan Bachman scoring the 7th run in the bottom of the 8th, thanks to Ryan Dorn. So a battle of the Ryans here, but I'm here alongside Ryan Bachman, the man of the hour, 3 for 4 today with 2 RBIs. Ryan, how are you feeling after tonight's game? Run me through your performance at the plate and what this really means for a Game 1 going into this playoff push.
Well, I think it's huge just to get the first one. You know, it makes us, you know, of course, one game closer, but I think it gives us the momentum, especially after a close game like that. Like, I was telling the guys down there, you know, I played in state tournaments, and Dylan has too. You'll hear from him in a second. But that was the closest I've been to a state tournament kind of big game feel in a long time, even through college. You know, it felt big, it felt important, and it was awesome. You know, the crowd was great, huge crowd. It was fun to go show out and have everyone go out and perform. So great team win. Everyone did their part. Everyone had some big hits. It was great.
So run me through how it feels, you know, have a lot of these guys departing, like, you know, unspoken team captains for the most part, having a lot of departures, you staying here, having to kind of hold down the fort in a way of knowing how it feels to be here for the last 2 seasons. What has it been like for you, you know, being able to kind of say, I'm the captain right now, you know, not obviously assuming that role, but being able just to push that and really push the rest of your team?
Well, I think it doesn't really, you know, the biggest thing you can't do is when you lose your 2, 3, 4 hitter in a week and a half. You know, you can't try to do too much. And I think you just got to let the game kind of come to you. But I think overall, I think it's just trying to help everyone slow down, you know, breathe. You get in these big situations, these tight games, and very emotional games. I think tonight was a very emotional game. You know, just trying to slow down, breathe, and just enjoy it. Like, I think the biggest thing is we know that we don't have forever to play this game, and I think it's huge to just look at it and look at the crowd, look at all your teammates and stuff, and just enjoy it. Like, that was one of the funner games I know funner isn't weird, but the most fun games I've ever had in my life. And it was just cool because everyone had a big part in it. So I mean, it was great team win.
Absolutely. So anything else you want to add to your performance, as well as what we should be expecting for these next 4 games at home?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot like tonight. You know, we're two teams that respect each other, but really want to win. And you know, I think it's going to be competitive games. It's awesome to should come out and see it, and you know, come cheer us on. It was electric tonight. Let's keep it that way.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Well, Ryan, we appreciate you being with us in the booth tonight, my friend, and we look to see you
Appreciate
pour it
it
on for the rest of this series.
Absolutely. Breakfast tomorrow still?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll see you then.
All right.
See you then. As now we bring it up to the man who shut down the 9th inning, as he is nearing his end of the summer with the Spearfish Sasquatch, one of the commanders in chief of the bullpen, Dylan Ritchie. Dylan, how you doing tonight, my friend?
You know, I'm not used to this, so.
Have you never been in the booth before?
I've never been in the booth before.
Wow. Okay, well, that's exciting. This is really big news for you. So, Dylan, this is a big deal, but not as big of a deal as you being able to take care of Mrs. 1, 2, 3 hitters against the Big Sticks in the 9th inning. Kind of run me through how it felt on the mound, coming in with a 1-run lead and knowing what you had to do.
You know, that's a really good team. I mean, the whole top of that order is different from what they've been at the beginning of the season. And beginning of the season, guys, the top of their order. Now in the bottom half of their order, I mean, it's stout 1 through 9. So just got to go in with a lot of confidence, treat every hitter the same, and yeah, just trust your field behind you, because Bailey Bordas over there made a great play for me tonight, helping me out. It was just a great team win altogether.
Absolutely. It was for sure that. So run me through anything else that you have going on. You are nearing the end of your time with Spearfish based off of your inning count that you have going into the summer in the first place. What are you down to right now?
One inning.
Okay.
1 inning left.
Wow. So we're looking forward to it. You know, we don't know when that'll be. It's going to be kind of difficult to evaluate when you should come in, but we know that we'll have a threat for at least one more inning with you in the bullpen. Anything that you want to say going forwards about, you know, the playoff run that the Sasquatch are trying to make right now?
You know, great team performance tonight. I mean, it looked like for a little bit there in the middle of the game we were starting to lose it, then we crawled back in it, kept on grinding, and you know, pulled out another victory. I mean, our team's a lot more short-handed than this Big Sticks team, but keep grinding, keep getting wins, and good things will happen.
Absolutely. Well, Dylan, we appreciate you being here within the booth. We appreciate your leadership on this team so far this summer. It's been a great time being with you, and we hope you have a great time. I'll let you get down there and make some autographs for some kids, make a kid's day.
Well, thank you, and you have a nice night.
Absolutely. Nice to see you, Richie, always. So that is going to do it here. A 7-6 ball game for the Sasquatch over the Big Sticks in Game 1. It was highly fun, great atmosphere all around, a playoff atmosphere at that. Highly emotional for both teams. And with that being said, I'd like to issue a quick apology. I do think that I've upset a few people, and I'm sure that I have. With a few of the comments that I made earlier in tonight's game, I would like to issue an apology on my end, saying that I do not know any of the Big Sticks team members personally whatsoever, but I do take that on my responsibility and say that I do apologize if I offended anyone. Everyone in the Big Sticks organization is a class act, and they are great players at that. It was just a lot of emotion tonight between both teams, and I do take responsibility for my actions on that end. But until tomorrow, we will be leaving you from the booth tonight as the Squatch take Game 1 7-6. And if it is any indication for the rest of the series, if there were any indications for the rest of the series, tonight should be the example that it is going to be a fun rest of the week as the Squatch look to continue their playoff push. But until tomorrow, I am Win Andrews, your voice of the Sasquatch, and we will see you at 6:35 for first pitch. We'll have a pregame just a few moments before. But we appreciate you joining us tonight for a very excited and fun-filled Game 1. We'll see you tomorrow for Game 2. Sasquatch win. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen.